in the Whimsicott doesn't matter so much against those two fire types.
Yeah, of course, for Hocox, the parting shot is just to pivot itself out, potentially into the Sinistra slot that he has at the back. And there we go. We do see the Sinistra coming up, but Hospitality not triggering because, of course, the Delphox is full health right now.
Is Blaziken faster after one speed boost or does he need two?
I do think that if it's a Mega Evolution, then it might be faster. Depending, since this Delphox is modest and not timid, but if it's not a Mega Blaziken, it might potentially still be slower. Depending on how both players do their stat alignment, because sometimes Blaziken may be like, hey, I don't need to put so much speed, I'm boosting anyways.
Right. So in this particular situation, I think Tailwind can work to their advantage to immediately make Blaziken faster than opponent. But between Flare Blitz and close combat, Rock Slide might be the better choice here if he wants to threaten the Delphox specifically. Did Delphox set anything up yet?
Nope, he just went for the Psychic Signal. So we do see a Tailwind to make sure the Blaziken is even faster. But what does the Blaziken go for? It just go for the Rock Slide, as you said. Oh, Sinistra avoids, but crucially hits the Delphox with 31% on the Rock Slide.
That -1 in attack, that's so much for Delphox's durability here. And a Psychic one-shots!
It's a one-hit KO onto the Blaziken, so one threat gone. What does the Sinistra goes for? I think it might go for a Trick Room here. Yes, it does. Very
smart play. Surprisingly, he's setting things up for the next turn as Delphox may switch out here.
Yes, of course. Rival does have slow.
$69.99 USD.
Well, he's not wrong. This is like the so-called pay-to-win Pokemon. Although we do see its usage drop, but never count Eternal Floette out. Never count the power of money.
Exactly. Mega Floette has been a very dominant presence across the metagame here, so he has to play against this Floette now. Sinistra could switch out here. Delphox could also do that. With Trick Room on, Sinistra should be the first one to move.
Yes, but we do see the Mega Evolution coming out from Rival's Eternal Floette, giving it extra firepower with the Fairy Aura boost. Of course, now Sinistra is going to move first, like you said, Oscar. So let's see what the Sinistra is going to go for. It's going to go for the Protect, protecting itself from any further harm. And the Delphox is going to, Encore onto the protected Sinistra. Okay, no Trick Room for you.
Heat Wave going to hit. Avoids it crucially too.
Maybe this is the power of $69.99.
Oh, nice focus dash triggering.
Yeah.
For real.
For real, man. The power of money, allows you to dodge the Heat Wave, and you're going to go for the Dazzling Gleam on the Clackback, and it's just going to be doing, I think, not effective damage on the Delphox, probably about 30-ish%.
Yep. Now it's under 50, which means it would at least take 2 more hits of Dazzling Gleam to actually knock it out. But surprisingly, using Delphox under Trick Room is that it doesn't matter whether I'm fast or slow, I still do the damage, I can tank your hits.
Yeah, but one thing to note is 2 turns of Tailwind left. I don't know how his rival gonna withstand a 2 turns of Tailwind before he can bring out his slower Pokemons. But he only has, I think, his Basque Legion at the back, which is still pretty fast.
Yep. Withdraws the Sinistra, gonna set things up for Scizor to play. They're definitely here for the Floette, isn't it?
Yeah, Bullet Punch is gonna wreak havoc after. It doesn't care if you have Trick Room up or not.
Heat Wave gonna hopefully hit the Floette this time, and it does. Does 34%, which is a good amount considering what it is. Dazzling Gleam. Oh, does 49 on the Scizor.
It does hurt the Scizor quite a bit.
Oh, it's a crit, no wonder.
Wow. I guess this is, again, the power of $69.99.
Yeah, everything's going to the Floette's way right now.
Yeah. Man, $69.99 US. What a difference.
Alright, after a turn of Protect, Whimsicott won't be able to protect as easily as just now. Will he set things up, or will he Moonblast, or potentially pivot out to a different Mon? There's only Basque Legion in the back for Rival, so it is a difficult choice regardless.
Yes, and we do see the Delphox switch out Singvic, Eat for later as when the Trick Room expires. Sinistra now gonna give Scizor some hot matcha and make sure it's back to above 50%.
Nom nom, very good. Switching out the Floette. Whimsicott into the Basque Legion. Good pivot here, protecting the Floette next.
Does the Hocox read this and go for a knockoff? No reads here, just Bullet Punch onto the protected Floette.
Yep, honest play. You gotta do the exact thing that you wanted to. But Protect saves him another turn and potentially lets him do something else on the next one. With Tailwind off, I think Trick Room is a little bit more even, but Scizor is still really slow, so he's probably the fastest thing here.
Yeah, because Rival is having like a Choice Scarf, Basque Legion, and Floette, which are both fast Pokemon, so they need to store Trick Room for one more turn actually. So I do see the 6999 probably switching out here.
Yep, Basque Legion will be at risk of a Matcha Gotcha especially. He is gonna be the slowest thing on this turn.
Yes, correct. You are correct. And I think it's a very straightforward play from Hocox here. It's just a matter of what the Scizor is going to do. Is he going to bullet punch or is he going to go for a knockoff? My money is he's going to go for the knockoff, but what do you think?
I do think Basque Legion will be a threat if you leave him there, so knockoff is going to be a good choice. He actually tried to double protect.
Okay, it fails, and then bullet punch. Oh,
very straightforward play, and that should do it. 6999 down the drain, very, very nice.
Yeah, money not going to buy you the survival of that bullet punch. The life orb boosted.
Wow, life orb boosted, yeah, you're definitely not living that.
And now the Matcha Gotcha a single target, so it's going to hurt the best.
Ooh, one shot!
Oh my god, the fish is fried!
And with 1 HP on the Whimsicott, I think this is cooked, bro. This is fully cooked, no longer raw, but that gameplay surely was.
Yeah, so the bullet punch is not going to... Priority bullet punch is definitely just going to do a little bit of... Even 1%, that's enough, you know?
And that's the forfeit. Hocox takes the first game.
Well done, man. I mean, I guess all the promotion of the Pokemon World Championship with the shirt and all that, and 69.99 for promoting Pokemon Legends ZA. Yeah. Well, I guess that that still gives the game, doesn't get you the game. So of course, both players are gonna be like thinking of what to do. And in the meantime, my actual co-commentator has returned. What is up?
Hello. I'm back again. Had to spend a little bit more time in between breaks. But we're all good. I think...
Were you drinking matcha just now from the hospitality of the Seniors Chow?
I was definitely enjoying a little bit of matcha in itself. Watching a fish getting boiled alive. I think very good, very... how can I say? Very class of them to serve it to us fresh.
Question. Was the matcha value for money or was it 69.99?
I think definitely you don't need to pay that much for good matcha. 69.99. If you ever had to pay that for any amount of video games, maybe you were robbed.
But Floette is still really, really useful. But of course...
Correct. Strong, it is. Powerful, however, it is also one of the Pokemon that has been very much accounted for by a lot of teams.
Yes, you're correct. That's why like a player like Hocox is bringing in Scizor, which is like, oof.
It's very, very strong against not just the Floette, but also against the Whimsicott. And if does it have Bug Bite?
It does have a Bug Bite.
Then it will be very good against the Farigiraf.
And it does have knockoff too, so even the fish ain't safe.
The fish ain't safe, yeah. I think more importantly here, what I liked from observing the match earlier was that Hocox was able to adjust very quickly, knowing that there's going to be a tailwind from Rival. He immediately pressed Trick Room to get the advantage of speed throughout the hole. And actually Trick Room serves him much better in comparison to the fast mode of Tailwind, in my opinion.
Yeah, both players have their own form of speed control, but you can see like, different countering your speed control with another form of speed control. And of course, game 2, let's see how is Rival gonna adjust. You do see Hocox going for Sincha and Delphox, while Rival goes for the Mr. Fish and also the King Gambit, which we did not see in game 1.
Yes, I think King Gambit here actually plays a huge role against Hocox's team. I know, yes, there's going to be the Komo-O and the Scizor, but in general, against the Mega of both Aerodactyl and also Delphox.
Yeah.
And also Sinistra, I think you really want to be bringing King Gambit in your matchups.
Oh yeah, of course, the Choice Scarf Basque Legion here is probably gonna do a dent, but that can be redirected with the Sinistra.
Here's the thing, it can only pick up a KO on one Pokemon.
Yeah.
Which is the big difference here. So, sure, Hocox can go for a very safe Rage Powder and maybe Heat Wave, but it doesn't change the fact that he'll pick up a KO by doubling with either Wave Crash or Katal Cleave.
Yes, and we do see that Hocox is just gonna go for the Mega Delphox again, the same Mega of choice, even in game 1. And King Gambit just goes for the Protect, Protect, avoiding the Heat Wave, just in case. Oh,
going for a flip turn into the Sinistra. Okay, sure. I think accommodating for
Protect,
not just the Protect, but also for a Rage Powder.
Yes. Because I think he's predicting that Hocox goes for Protect, but Hocox did not go for the Protect. He just straight away went for the offensive, and the Delphox is just going to go for the Heat Wave, which is going to hopefully damage the Fire Giraffe. Yes, it's
I
going to
think
damage
he
the
should
Fire
be
Giraffe.
able to. Should do a decent chunk here. Now, he could potentially get Trick Room up, but no, yeah, definitely not. No reason to use Trick Room here.
Yeah, Matcha Gacha going to go deal... Whoa,
Doing a lot of damage. This is a very offensive and getting the burn as well. I think here is just a Heat Wave and
wow.
should be a Heat Wave and Rage Powder from the Sinistra.
Yeah, and man, that Sinistra, with that amount of damage, I thought it was a critical hit, but it wasn't. I guess this Sinistra is just modest.
Oh wow, actually going for a much more offensive, even though it has the Rage Powder as well as Trick Room, the standard moveset for a Sinistra.
Yeah, and I think in this position, right, Hokok is still on the driver's seat because he can go for the Heat Wave and just go for the Matcha Gacha one more time.
Definitely. I'm wondering, there's a Sucker Punch from... there's a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit pick up the KO if he doesn't have a boosting item like a Blood Glasses?
I mean, yes, but again, follow me. You know, it's a thing that he can do.
He needs to account for the follow me, which is another thing. Safest play is to go for, Rage Powder and Heat Wave.
Okay, so Rage Powder coming up on the Sinistra, and what does the King Gambit go for?
Does go for a Sucker Punch indeed.
Yep, it waves, and I guess we're gonna see a Heat Wave.
Does not pick up the KO, but if he goes for a Trick Room here, it'll actually be in. Oh my god, another burn onto the King Gambit, completely neutering it.
Oh man, this is not good for rival. A burn King Gambit.
Yes, but there's still a chance here because the burn onto the Furry Giraffe actually KOs it, so it's a free switch into his Trick Room Sweeper at the back.
What Trick Room Sweeper does he have at the back?
You're right, it's probably the Mega Floette, but it can't really do much, honestly. I would say another Rage Powder and Heat Wave could just very easily call it a day.
Yes, exactly, because like, yes, the Trick Room is up, which is beneficial for King Gambit. However, Hokok's team is actually more beneficial of Trick Room, as Rival's team has Eternal Floette, a speed boosting Blaziken, a Choice Scarf Rescue Legion, and a Whimsicott, which is also naturally fast.
That's right, so if he has Scizor at the back, he actually is in a much better position, especially if the Rescue Legion has to lock itself into Last Respects.
The Kowtow still hurts, but Matcha Gacha, okay.
Avoiding it. Would have been better if it did hit, but it's fine.
Yeah, but you know, it's the second time that the money, $70, has missed the Matcha Gacha.
It's okay, you know, like you hit some, you miss some.
Dazzling Gleam here, probably gonna knock out the Sinistra.
Should pick up the KO on the Sinistra.
Yep, and it does. Okay, so now...
But a Heat Wave here, if it doesn't miss, should be quite a lot of damage onto
probably goes for... Yeah, he goes for a Heat Wave. Okay.
Single target, not bad damage. No burns here. I think here, if he has a Scizor, now's the time to bring it in.
You got the call correctly. Scizor comes in, I think, very comfortably against the Basque Legion, which is the slowest thing on the field right now.
So he can still go for... He can go for knockoff and Psyshock onto the fish, because it's not like the Mega Floor is threatening both sides here.
You mean Psychic, but yes.
Psychic, yeah, my bad.
But regardless, both attacks are fine.
Correct. I think he should focus on two, because if he ignores the Basque Legion, it might just go to town.
Yes, I do see, and we have 3 turns of Trick Room left. It's 3 turns of torture for whoever who is the slowest, aka the Basque Legion.
Yeah, here going for a protect here, protecting his investment.
Yes, protecting investment, but knockoff, just gonna
pick up. Oh my god, just a straight up KO from the Scizor here. I did not expect that. Honestly, I thought it had to be a double up.
I thought it was a critical hit, but there was like no crit.
Okay, never mind. The life up does his up here.
Yeah, Psychic just goes onto the Mega Floette. I know, but how long can you protect your investment, like you said?
Yes, I think here, unfortunately, our hands are not diamond. They are actually steel.
Yeah, Bullet Punch is the call,
yeah.
I would say.
Looks like this is what we call punch down economics.
Yeah. Well, too bad, 69.99 in the investment wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
So game 2 also goes to Hocox. I think a very, very convincing victory here, which mostly come from Trick Room. One set up by himself and the other set up by Rival.
So there was a risk there in setting a Trick Room, especially if you don't have a proper sweeper at the back here. Yes, we understand why he wanted to go for a Trick Room, but I think he would have managed it much, much better had he gone for... he had something at the back to properly utilize, because having that Basque Legion at the back there, especially when Star Trek Room, goes against the philosophy of the very fast sweeping with the Choice Scarf.
Yeah, that's correct. And
So, yeah, I think we'll take a quick break while we wait for the rest of the matches to conclude. Now, attention to all players here as well. We will be having a group photo before we continue on with our next match. So, once again, attention to all players of the Offstage Champions on the Rise Level Max competition. Please stick around. We'll be having our group photo together before we continue on with our next rounds. All right, thank you.
Hello? Nixon and Rounder on station 1. Onegai shimasu.
Mic check, mic check. Okay, sounds good. Test your mic also. It's here, it's here.
Ooh, ha, ooh, ha.
Okay, so hi everyone. We are back on Offstage AMG's tournament.
Hello,
So,
hello.
Yes, hello Cliff. And so we are gonna be having a match between Rondo and Nixon.
This should be the winners bracket round 4 or 5.
Winners quarter final. So whoever wins this goes into top 8.
Top 8, well, the top 8 from the upper bracket side at least. But I think we've seen both players on stream already, both Rondell and Nixon. Now,
Yeah.
Nixon here is carrying a very, I would say, a standard team. Whimsicott, Charizard, Sneasler, Garchomp, King Gambit, Basque Legion.
And Rondo, as you saw, he is bringing the Blaziken, Basque Legion, Sinistcha, Meltic, Hydreigon, and Mega Metagross.
Now, actually, this is going to be a very different game because Nixon is carrying the Sneasler as well as the Tailwind on Whimsicott. So, might be a Trick Room game from Rondell, but the Scarf Hydreigon, unless it's going up against the Charizard, the Garchomp, or the Basque Legion, might not be able to do as much against the team.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, of course, the Nixon has the King Gambit for if in case Trick Room comes out. So again, Sneasel, King Gambit, Basque Legion, these trio are very potent trio. So let's see, we're going to go into team preview, and I guess both players have sort of figured out what they want to do. So let's see how things go after this.
I would say the Basque Legion from both teams will have to play quite a role in the matchup here. However, if Rondel somehow can get some boost with the competitive on Milotic, should be quite good.
Yeah, but the question is, how is he going to get the boost from Milotic? Because like there's no like Incineroar on the opposing side this time around.
That is true. I think here I would like to bring Metagross, but Blaziken probably has a little bit more value in comparison to the other Mega from Rondel's team against Nixon here.
Yeah. I do think that Rondel may want to go for something like Trick Room, because his Basque Legion could hurt more under Trick Room, since Nixon's on his Choice Scarf, here's his Life Orb, so you know, Life Orb boosted is adamant nature, you know, compared to the inferior damaging jolly nature Basque Legion that Nixon is running.
That is right, the box standard Choice Scarf adaptability Basque Legion. However, I do think here that if he wants to bring Trick Room, it has to be a little bit on the late game.
Yes, correct. Of course, both players have already locked their teams in. We're going to look into the opening Gambit. Blaziken and Milotic is Rondel's choice for lead.
I like Blaziken as a lead here, although it is a little bit exposed to the Basque Legion. Well, the Whimsicott here can definitely also pull off an encore if it chooses to go for Detect on the first turn. However, with the Milotic on the field here, if he goes for an Icy Wind and there's no switches into King Gambit, it could provide quite a bit of value.
Yeah, so I think the driver's seat here is at Nixon's side, because he does have the Scarf Basque Legion, which exerts immediate pressure onto the Blaziken. And if the Blaziken goes for the product, it can go for the encore. And we do see a Detect coming on the Blaziken.
Now the real question here is, what does the Milotic want? Double Protect, okay. Definitely a move that you could go for. I guess scouting to see if there's going to be a flip turn.
Yeah, but again, now they're both threatened by the encore.
Yeah. An Energy Ball here being shown from Nixon's side here. I think here you want to encore definitely onto the Milotic, because the Blaziken you're threatening either way.
Yeah, that's correct, because the Blaziken doesn't have many ways to threaten the Basque Legion. Rock Slide is just a kind of damage onto Basque Legion.
That is true, but he's also confirmed that it's locked itself into the flip turn.
Yeah, so we do see the Mega Blaziken coming out. Is he gonna get encore, or is Whimsicott gonna encore something else? So let's see. Nixon's Whimsicott goes for encore onto the Blaziken. Oh.
Okay, that's fair. Now, I guess he believes that the Milotic can't really do too much here.
Blaziken fails the protect, and we do see the flip turn coming from the Basque Legion. Going on,
getting actually a one-hit KO
hit
onto the
Blaziken.
Blaziken.
Yeah.
Ooh, that adaptability really paying its dividends right now.
Jolly nature, be damned. It's still gonna do a lot of damage.
That is indeed correct. And now he actually gets a free switch, I would assume, into his Charizard right now.
I hope it's a King Gambit though, because I
King
think
Gambit, true, yeah.
Yeah, if he has a King Gambit at the back, that would be like amazing, especially if Rondo goes for the Icy Wind.
I think here Rondel, the first turn double protect was a little bit of maybe a bit of a misplay. I understand, trying to scout out the move from Nixon's flip turn, or sorry, Nixon's Basque Legion. But then you open yourself up to an encore, and you're playing a bit of a mind game there, and which one he goes for.
But one good thing is that now we do know that the what you call it, the flip turn is a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, that is actually big information for both teams here.
I think there's a bit of a lag happening in the recording. We probably have to leave. We probably have to leave and reconnect, because I do think that both players are already like making their turn.
Okay, give us a moment while we resolve this technical issue. We'll be back very shortly. Okay, what we can observe is that he did switch to the Charizard. Now it's going for the turn where Mega Evolves to Charizard Y. We have Basque Legion actually from Rondel's side who switched in place of the Blaziken. Okay, we apologize for that technical issue. Nixon actually won his first best of 3 matches, so we're moving on to the second one.
Yeah,
Hopefully it will go well in this time.
Yeah, the choice card flip turn was so powerful that the whole game just stops like that.
Yep. Just goes to show, ban this mon. This Bastion Legion. Which surprisingly, the number 1 most used Pokemon in Worlds Day 1 was King Gambit.
Yeah, but King Gambit, only Nixon has a King Gambit right now, so let's see if he's bringing it up. But in the meantime, Rondo is changing up his lead. He's bringing Metagross and Sinistcha as opposed to the Sneasler and Bastion Legion.
I think this is actually not a bad choice from, not a bad adjustment from Rondell, because the Sinistcha here is able to threaten both with either a Trick Room or a Matcha Gotcha. Sure, it won't be super effective. However, leaving the Metagross alone with its very powerful Psychic Fangs or even Iron Head onto any of the slot would be very, very devastating onto Nixon's side, don't you think?
Yeah, and of course right now, none of the Pokemons are knocked out yet, so the Bastion Legion's last respect is not really going to do a lot of damage to the Metagross, but the Metagross does go for the protect just to scout out what the Scarf Bastion Legion's going to do.
Yeah, I do think it's never going to be another 15, but it actually goes into the protect of the Metagross, meaning that if it goes for Matcha Gotcha, it will be able to hit it here. If the Diaclaw doesn't pop anything rancid. Ooh! Never mind.
Commentator's curse, isn't it?
But here, going for a Matcha Gotcha, please hit it. Okay, avoids the Sneasler, that's fine. You gotta hit into the Bastion Legion, which is more important here. There we go. Does he get the burn here?
And
Probably. Yes, it does actually. This really changes the late game of about the last respect spam. And more importantly, it heals up the Sinistcha as well. So you can go for, this time I would say, a Rage Powder and a Psychic Fangs.
So one hex for another hex. Ain't that right?
Sometimes you have to take some to give some.
Yeah, but that is like thankfully there's no sleep. So Sinistcha being paralyzed is like, it's fine I guess, because it's still going to be the slowest thing on the field.
It's not the worst, definitely not the worst.
Yeah, and Rondo is just going to Mega his Metagross right now. Seeing that the Bastion Legion is burned, he's like, okay, I'm going to Mega now.
Yeah, Rage Powder. I think you will go for Psychic Fangs onto the Sneasler now because it does not dare to click close combat.
Yeah, and the flip turn is just going to go onto the Sinistcha. Oh, doing very, very pitiful damage.
Pitiful, yeah, but I think now he will go into the Charizard.
Yeah, hopefully. Let's see what he's going to bring out. Hopefully the flip turn doesn't cause the game to freeze, but yeah,
to
nothing.
crash right again,
Yeah. Flip turn so OP, you have to like burn it. And Psychic Fangs, your call is correct. It does knock out the Sneasler with the Psychic Fangs.
I'm wondering now for this turn, because we have the Charizard on the field here, he could, I would say he will want to switch one of his Pokemon into Hydreigon, but no, it's actually Garchomp here. So does he have Ice Punch on it?
The Metagross, you mean? The Metagross
no,
doesn't
I
have
only go for
Ice Punch.
Stomping Tantrum.
Yeah, the Metagross doesn't have much effective ways to deal with the Charizard except for like the Psychic Fangs. Of course, on the crackback, Rondo does have like, Nixon does have a Charizard that could just threaten with Heat Wave.
Going for Bastion Legion here, fairly, or I guess this is fine as well.
Oh, double switch from Rondo, bringing out Bastion Legion and Hydreigon, and we do see Nixon's go on the offensive with Charizard Mega evolving, bringing in the Sun, because it's Mega Charizard Y, of course.
It's a little bit of a risk in my opinion, because you could very easily go like a Heat Wave and a Dragon Claw onto either slot could ruin the day from Rondell's side. Oh, actually avoiding the Heat Wave, will that matter in the long run? I'm not too sure. But if the Dragon Claw goes in the correct slot, it should be able to KO the Hydreigon. But no, going for an Earthquake instead, this will actually do very minimal damage.
Yeah, doing Earthquake. Earthquake is just going to hurt the Bastion Legion here, but I think it's a very smart switch from Rondo in the sense that he comes off mostly unscathed, but the Bastion Legion, crucially, this one isn't Choice Scarf, so it's going to move last compared to every other Pokemon here and on. And of course, Rondo does have the Hydreigon that is threatening with the Draco Meteor, and it does come out, knocking out the... I don't think the Garchomp is surviving this. Yeah.
Okay, would it be able to... I'm just wondering if it would be able to KO the Charizard. I would have gone for that.
Because I think Rondo's going to go for the Solar Beam. Nixon's going to go for Solar Beam, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So Solar Beam is just going to knock out the fish. This Bastion Legion is not Choice Scarf, so it's moving last and it's just going to get knocked out like that.
Yeah, I think here what you want to do is you want to bring in your Metagross, switch out your Hydreigon, and bring in Sinistcha. Maybe go for the sack, I don't know. And then try to pick up the KOs later on with the Hydreigon.
Yeah, but I do think the current battle situation is in Nixon's favor because you see, apart from the Hydreigon, right? Everything that Rondo has at the back, including the Sinistcha, doesn't want to eat a heat wave.
Yeah, so he needs to get some chip onto the Charizard, because at the end of the day, the Charizard is the one who's going to be doing most of the damage here. Even if it's just a not very effective heat wave, it's still very strong in the sun, and it is coming from a base, I think 156 special attack.
Yeah, it's around there.
Yeah, it's around there.
He does go for the Draco Meteor again. It's -2, so it's going to go into -4, but respectable 40% damage, and now it's -4. Last respects, gonna
go into the Sinistcha. Not going to pick up the KO due to the burn that's happened. Popping the Citrus Berry, but if it doesn't dodge this heat wave, it will unfortunately go down.
Yes.
I don't like that he kept his Hydreigon on the field, in my opinion. I think he should have switched it out, and even if he had to sack the
okay, Cliff, hear me out. Since you have did the commentators curse just now, let me just try and see whether I can play a part. What if the Draco Meteor crits?
What if the Draco Meteor miss? It's more likely to miss than it is to crit, honestly.
So you want to bet? Huh.
Betting, yeah. Well, we're playing Pokemon. It's in our blood.
Okay, fine. So let's see whether the Draco Meteor miss or crit.
My question right now here is, okay, going onto the Charizard, fair. I think he has to double up into the Charizard. If he did Protect here, Psychic Fan should be able to knock it out.
Okay, so now it's -6, right? So Metagross, last respects, okay, going onto the mat.
Onto the Hydreigon, okay, interesting. I guess try to chip it down. But Psychic Fangs here will be able to pick up the KO onto the Charizard here, and it's a fairly safe, especially if it doesn't protect.
Yeah, right now with the Burn Basque Legion, I don't think it could knock out a full health Metagross. Yeah, even with all your allies fallen, right? So in the end, the call wasn't whether Draco Meteor hit or miss, crit or miss actually. I think currently the game is but Rondo just go for the safe.
I guess he's just trying to prevent any sort of calculations on last respects. On
4%.
4% living at -6, but you know that's enough for the burn to take it out.
Yeah, burn is enough. But the burn is the crucial burn from many turns earlier, thanks to the Sinistcha is just gonna knock out the Basque Legion in the end.
Correct. So yeah, that concludes our second game of this quarter-finals of the winners bracket. This does mean that they are moving on to a game 3 to determine the ultimate winner to move on to the next bracket,
which is a top 8. So of course, I wonder what kind of adjustments Nixon is gonna make, because I do see that Rondo is bringing in like Pokemon that are weak to Charizard, but somehow he's able to pull through with Metagross.
That's right. I think one of the biggest issues was the fact that he got burned on the Basque Legion early on in the game, which really switched up how he could have pulled it through in the second half of the game.
And also crucially, his Metagross is fast. Metagross,
Yes.
Mega Metagross has a higher base speed than
Charizard.
Yeah.
I think it's the fastest other than the Whimsicott and Sneasler.
Wow, both players have already decided what they want to bring, man. It's like, what a short team preview we have.
I think that his lead of the Metagross and the... Never mind, going for Metagross Milotic instead. Okay, it accommodates for Basque Legion, I guess. I don't really like it personally, but I'm sure with the Whimsicott having be able to threaten an Encore or an Energy Ball onto the Milotic,
okay, so hear me out. I think if Nixon is playing like a bit of a flow chart, because as we see when he leads Basque Legion, he always goes for the flip turn, right? So I do think Rondo feels that he's going to go for the flip turn again. So I don't care. I'm just going to put the Metagross in and Mega Evolve. I think it's fine. I don't care about the damage.
That is true. It's not like the last respects can pick up a KO here anyway, but he should go for a Tailwind flip turn maybe. Going for a Protect. I do not like Protects in front of Whimsicott, but sure.
Tailwind to be even faster. The Basque Legion likes to be fast.
And then he'll go for a flip turn onto the Milotic.
No,
once again, will he get hit by a Scald?
Scald or Icy Wind? I don't think the Icy Wind is able to negate the Tailwind.
Correct, because it also has a Scarf as well.
Yes.
But now the real question is, does he have King Gambit at the back? Because if he's going to be locked into the Icy Wind, this might be an issue.
Oh yes, that's true. He could just go, because Nixon could just go for the Encore on the Milotic and then force the Icy Wind and then switch out King Gambit.
Yeah, especially if he predicts that the Metagross is going to switch out.
And then because King Gambit he has is a adamant nature, so it's not like brave, so it's relatively fast. It could probably outspeed and just kowtow anything he wants. But we shall see about that. Because, okay, we do see Rondo being wary of the Encore, switching out the Metagross into Sinistra. Not gonna really heal anything because Hospitality is just
Okay, so he doesn't actually go for an Encore here, Flipton. I think it's going to be an Energy Ball turn. So the question is, if he goes for Scald or does he go for Ice Wind? I think he should go for Scald here.
And okay, switching out. Are we seeing the... Oh, he does go for the
Charizard. Interesting. So Scald here will be really, really good.
Yeah, but not before the Energy Ball.
Onto the Sinistra slot. Interesting.
Wonder what is he predicting though?
Going for an Ice Beam. I would have loved if he went for a Scald, but it's okay. Not getting a knockout onto the Whimsicott does mean that the Encore pressure has been lifted.
Yeah, but now Rondo has to play around a Charizard Y that's staring onto a Sinistra and a Milotic, right? And,
Yeah.
and while Nixon has the speed advantage as
Correct.
well.
And he also has Basque Legion at the back to get off some very, very strong damage. Milotic might be at full HP, but a double up of Dragon Claw and Solar Beam might be enough to take it out.
Yes, I do think Nixon is bringing in the Garchomp for a very particular reason because I feel that he's just telling Rondo, you know, don't bring your Metagross in because if you bring your Metagross in, I'm just gonna Earthquake you.
That's right. And he has to go for a little bit of chip onto the onto the Mega Charizard Y right now. So if he goes for a Rage product, he might be able to survive one more turn and potentially get up a Scald damage. But no, goes for a Heat Wave. No
Protect.
No protects, no Rage Powders. But this does mean, okay, it crits on a Sinistra, but I don't think it matters.
Yeah, but the burn on the Milotic might be crucial.
Yes, the burn on the Milotic actually could make a huge difference on the longevity of the Milotic.
Goes for the Rock Slide. Best move for the game.
And getting a flinch, potentially.
That hurts a lot. I think it's because Life Orb. Yeah, Life Orb is going to make it hurt a lot. And
it doesn't actually get it. I get an Ice Beam onto the Garchomp. I like that. I like that a lot. Not getting the KO, I think that's to be expected.
It's going to live one more turn and probably knock itself out with its own Life Orb recoil in the next turn.
Correct. But with the Tailwind, you have to remember the Hydreigon, if he has it at the back, will not be faster than both of the Pokemon here.
Yes, you're correct because
Actually, no, he brings Basque Legion. Will it be an Aqua Jet onto the Garchomp?
I am not too sure, but this Rondo's Basque Legion is a Life Orb type, so it's still gonna get fried by a Solar Beam regardless, though.
That is true. I think even the Milotic is gonna get definitely cooked by the Solar Beam, seeing how much damage the Heat Wave did in the first place.
Oh, it's switching out onto the Metagross at the back, so it's gonna predict that Solar Beam, I guess.
I guess it's trying to predict a Solar Beam, but I don't really think so because if he gets into the Basque Legion slot, that's a little bit of an instant loser.
Yes, but let's see. He does go for the Heat Wave though.
Yeah. Picking up the KO onto the Metagross. Very, very good mid-ground play in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's a very good play because like under the sun, right? The Basque Legion isn't threatening anything.
That's right. So it accommodates for a switch in, and even if the Milotic does stay in, it's not like it can do too much against the Charizard in itself.
I do think the game is wrapped up here because Nixon does have the Basque Legion at the back. This is a Choice Scarf Basque Legion. Is going to be praying very hard. He's going to be using his last respect. So I think Rondo needs to pray really hard for the survival of its Pokemon from last respect because I do not think
any of them, especially without the burn. Milotic here at less than 50% HP. Basque Legion should very easily pick up a knockout on it, and it should just go for a Solar Beam onto any of the slots as well.
Yeah, because the speed is in Nixon's favor here. So Basque Legion just go for the Protect just to try to see what is going to happen. But I think last respects onto the protected Basque Legion. That's fine, but he just goes for the Heat Wave. I think he'd be spamming Heat Waves.
I would have picked Solar Beam, but you know what? You do you, sir.
Yeah.
So things could potentially change. Going for an Icy Wind. Ooh, avoided on the Charizard. Unfortunate right there.
Yes, but even though the Icy Wind hits the Basque Legion, right? Nixon's Basque Legion is Jolly Nature, so it's still going to be faster. Yeah, it's still going to be faster than Rondo's Basque Legion regardless.
I think here it's really a matter of him going now just picking up his KOs with the last respect and Solar Beam. Doesn't need to think too much about it. Pick up the KOs where he can and call it a day. We'll congratulate him for his next progress for the next round.
Yeah, of course Rondo's not going to give up just yet. Let's see how is he going to play this end game out though.
It's going to be very difficult because even if he goes for Aqua Jet for a last Hail Mary, with the Sun, it will reduce the damage by half. Going for Protect onto the Milotic.
Yeah, and I think Nixon's just going to go for the last respect here. Oh, now the Charizard is faster. Yeah, I forgot because of Icy Wind. But Last Respects is gonna finally come out. Yep. Knocking out the
Knocking out the Musky Legion. Yep. So this should be wraps for Nixon here against Rondell.
Yeah, it should be pretty much set lah. So really do well done to Nixon, I think. Yep, they both players has shook their hands, and Nixon is going to move on into top 8 in the winners bracket, while Rondo is going to be sent to losers.
To the losers bracket, but that doesn't mean Rondell is knocked out. He can still play, hopefully a few more runs and claw his way out of the losers final.
Yes, so congratulations to Nixon.
Congratulations to Nixon. Sorry, for a very, very convincing match. It was a 2-1, but he managed to adjust very well, which I think is one of the aspects of Pokemon that we enjoy very much.
I think the read was good. The read onto the heat wave. Yeah.
All right, so we'll take another break here. Give us about maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Oh,
yeah.
We'll give it 5 minutes, and we'll be back with you guys shortly.
Hello everybody, we are back at Offstage AniManGaki's tournament, and right now we have another winners quarter-final match. Whoever wins this goes into top 8, and this is a match between Hocox and Forb.
Yeah, so I think we saw Hocox earlier today on stream carrying the Mega Aerodactyl Mega Delphox team, Komo-O, Scizor, Sinistra, Incineroar, but I think a new player here for Forb is here, right?
Yeah, Forb hasn't been on stream yet, and now we're gonna see what Pokemon he has. Let's go to team preview, and we see that Forb is running the Aegislash, the Rotom Wash, Eternal Floret, Masquerada, Blaziken, and Talonflame.
Quite a lot of, actually quite a notable amount of Blazikens being played lately in this tournament, right?
Yeah, there is. You're correct, Akleif. And also one more thing is that I do see a lot of variety in these Pokemon. It's like, you don't see things like King Gambit, Pesky Legion, Sneasel, and all that. But of course, Floret is still there. Floret is, as you know, the 69.99 Pokemon.
Yep, can't go wrong with putting a Floette on your team, honestly.
Yeah, so it's funny how Hocox has to fight another 69.99 Pokemon in this tournament. It's even funny because like he had a soundproof Komo-O, which doesn't work against like it works against Sylveon's Hyper Voice, but not against Floet's.
Sure, yeah, I think like he was probably also accommodating for any teams that were gonna run Perish Trap here, but I don't think anyone here is running Perish Trap. Everybody here is playing honest Milotics, honest dishonest Sinistras with the burns, honestly.
Yeah.
But you know, we'll see how it goes. I'm very keen to see how Forb plays because the Aegislash here could provide quite some pivotal moves against Hocox's team, because if he can get off some very strong Shadow Balls onto the Delphox, onto the Sinistra, should be really, really good.
And we do see Hocox leading with Aerodactyl and Incineroar against Forb's Floette and Aegislash.
Interesting choice here from both players, but also quite safe. Aerodactyl, a fake out, Tailwind, very, very common. But you do leave the Aegislash a little bit free to run, to go ham on wherever it wants to.
Yeah, because this Aegislash is actually a special Aegislash, not a physical Aegislash.
It's quite common to see special Aegislashes around lately.
Yeah, of course, back in the day, I mean, back in some of the earlier meta games, people are playing physical Aegislash. But now, this is a special one, so it does threaten the Aerodactyl with a Flash Cannon.
And if he doesn't go for a Mega Evolution onto the Aerodactyl, I think he will definitely be picking up a KO already. So he does need to go. I think here is safest move as always. Oh, never mind. I think the Floette switching out, not too bad.
Okay, the washing machine is here. Rotom Wash coming in. Mega Aerodactyl just goes for the Mega Evolution.
Yep. I think it's fairly obvious you want to go for the Mega Evolution. You want to get your defensive stats up as much as possible to expect. Never mind going for a King's Shield. I guess it thinks that it'll be a knockoff.
Yeah, but Fake Out goes onto the Rotom Wash, does nothing to it. So that's fine. And Tailwind onto the Hocox's side.
It's not the worst for Forb, honestly. Having both Pokemon that are quite effective against the two on its opposing side. However, here I think a Parting Shot could come in very easily for a switch up into, I guess, a Komo-O actually would be quite a good choice at the back here.
Yeah, but I do think the Komo is really, really scared of Floette. So I do think that he has a Scizor at the back. But the Scizor doesn't want to get burned.
Yeah, definitely. But the question is, will it go for the burn onto the Incineroar slot here? I would assume that here it would probably go for maybe even a White Guard to stop Rock Slide from flinching it.
Yeah, but you just protected the earlier turn, so I don't think the White Guard might be the play of choice.
Going for a straight switch onto from the Aerodactyl into the Sinistra. Not a bad choice.
Yeah, Sinistra just threatened the Rotom Wash. Flare Blitz going onto the Incineroar, onto the Aegislash, doing
not enough with a KO, but
still
good damage. Yeah, we also have to note down that the Aegislash is carrying the. Excuse me, it is carrying the Focus Sash, so it will be able to take a hit or two.
Yes, and now the Aegislash is going to go for the stance change. The Thunderbolt from the Rotom earlier didn't do much, but the Flash Cannon is going to do a fairly significant chunk.
And getting a special defense boost, drop as well here. Will that make a difference with such a low HP? Maybe not.
Yeah, I think Thunderbolt just knocks it out anyways. But right now, I do think that Aegislash may be able to go for a White Guard if he anticipates the Matcha Gotcha.
Yeah, definitely worry. But if it goes for Matcha Gotcha, it will go down to another Flare Blitz or a knockoff. However, the next question goes, will Nixon predict this with the knockoff onto the...
You mean Nixon?
Sorry, not Nixon, my bad. Hocox's, will it go? Because if it switches into this and it goes for King Shield, a knockoff will actually lower the attack of the Incineroar.
Okay, yep. We do see the Matcha Gotcha coming out from Hocox's Sinistra. It's just gonna do super effective damage onto the washing machine, Rotom Wash.
Does live with it. Will it have Pop It Citrus Berry?
Quite a fair bit of damage.
Quite a fair bit of damage. Quite some healing as well because it scales with how much damage it does.
And also because Hocox Sinistra is modest nature, so...
Actually good. Going for a Thunderbolt onto the Sinistra.
Oh!
The healing from the Matcha Gotcha actually allows it, but actually gets a paralysis. Dishonest gameplay here from the Rotom Wash.
Yeah, meanwhile the Incineroar is just getting the -1 attack here. I don't think it matters because the Flare Blitz is just gonna knock it out anyways, but it won't matter for whatever Pokemon Forb has at the back because of the -1 attack.
Yeah, I'm more keen on seeing how the Aegislash wants to maneuver itself out of this position, because taking a knockoff at that much HP could very much knock it out. Yeah,
you're correct right there. But the Sinistra being paralyzed is also really bad.
It's a little bit annoying, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, Aegislash switches out, and the last Pokemon of Forb is the Meowscarada.
Oh, if the Meowscarada...
Whoa, what a read. Parting shot onto the Meowscarada, dropping its attacking stats.
Attack, yeah, correct. But here, if he goes for the flower trick, it should not matter. However, we also have to remember that at the back is likely going to be the Scizor, so I don't think it really matters.
Yes, but we are seeing Hocox taking his time, whether he wants to bring in the Aerodactyl or... Yep, he's bringing his Aerodactyl. And, of course...
Going for a Hydro Pump, yep. I think that was the best move onto that slot either way.
Ooh, that hurts.
That doesn't just hurt.
Matcha Gotcha coming in.
Matcha Gotcha should pick up the KO on the Rotom Wash and get some more crucially, get some heals up.
Yes. But do we see any burn? No burn.
No burn, unfortunately.
But here's the thing though, Uplift. Right now, the Meowscarada has the Choice Scarf, so it could potentially be faster than the Mega Aerodactyl now that Tailwind has petered out.
And we also have to remember that it cannot pull away the attack due to the fact that it has Rage Powder.
Yes. So a potential flower trick there would be able to knock it out, but the Aerodactyl is low on health anyway, so I think that Frog may just pop the Mega and go for something right away. I think
in a Dazzling Gleam, you are forced to basically Rage Powder, switch into your Incineroar and go for a Dazzling Gleam onto the Mega Floette. Yeah. It's fairly free in my opinion.
Yeah, I do think... Yeah, you're right. But I think that he might not go for that play, or if he does, it does sustain a lot of damage though.
I mean, very clearly there's going to be a flower trick coming out here, because with the attack drop, you want to rely on your critical hit damage now.
Yeah, critical hit doesn't ignores like the attack drops anyways.
That's right.
So we do see the Mega Floette here.
Yes, the Mega of the last season and the Mega of this season, honestly.
Oh, Sinistra
going for Protect. Okay, not the worst. Or is he willing to sack his... Actually, no, going for a knockoff. So if he goes for a Tailwind here, he might be able to pull off something. Never mind, he goes into the Aerodactyl.
Okay, that was a good play anyways. Yeah, that was a good play. I think he is is going for a potential...
Pollen Puff on the Mega Floette. Interesting. I've never seen a Pollen Puff being used on a Mega Floette, honestly.
Yeah, but it heals back his Meowscarada to full health, and the Meowscarada still threatens the Sinistra right now. Yep, and you do see Incineroar coming in. But the Meowscarada, I think now is -2 attack, and it's not using.
Yeah, now it's locked into knockoff, but a Moonblast from the Mega. Yeah, a Moonblast from Mega Floette here might hurt a lot here.
Unfortunately, because of Pollen Puff, right, it opts for it doesn't have the Moonblast. It just has Dazzling Gleam and Light.
Oh, okay. So here, there is an out for Hocox here. He goes for a fake out onto the Mega Floette, tries to get the Trick Room up, gets knocked on either one, brings in the Scizor and starts to sweep from there.
Yes, I think that could be. I think that could be the call. Yeah. because Scizor does threaten the Aegis Slash anyways.
Yeah, here we go. Fake out.
And then Masquerada just goes for the knockoff and...
Unfortunately, it was enough to KO even with... Oh, it was a critical hit. I think that really mattered there.
Yeah,
I think that definitely mattered. At -2, the Sinistra was definitely meant to live.
Yeah, I think that.
Oh, no wonder he was doing so much damage. He had a Miracle Seed.
Oh, right. Miracle Seed plus Modest Nature.
So here, I think
the Miracle Seed is optimized for maximum healing.
Maximum healing. Not even Big Root, just Miracle Seed.
Yeah.
So I think here there's a huge question. Does he want to go for a protect onto the Mega Floet because the Bullet Puncher can really, really hurt?
So
and if he gets a knockoff onto the Scizor, it'll actually, I think it loses his one-hit KO potential.
Yep, that's knock off, doing about 27%, knocking off the life orb. Incineroar go for the Flare Blitz. I think this will knock it out. No, it doesn't.
Does not knock it out.
Oh,
Wow.
wait, because I think this Incineroar is not adamant, it's impish nature. So it's
yeah.
the damage, that it doesn't have that extra oomph, the extra 10%,
That's true. Will he be able? I think it has to be a double up onto the Mega Floet. It's far from over, but Hocox has to play quite strictly right now in order to be able to get the KOs
he needs to make some good reads, because I do think, I feel that Floet may switch out into the Aegis Slash. So he has to make some good reads. I think he's trying his best here. Bullet Punch,
yeah, unfortunately. Not enough to pick up the KO, and I think that makes a huge difference here.
Okay, knock off onto the Incineroar.
I think it knocks off the berry. Pasha berry. Not that it matters. Okay, continuing on here, I think both players, like I said, far from over. The Bullet Puncher, still a lot of damage. The real question is, will it be able to knock out the Scizor with... I don't think it can with Dazzling Gleam, right?
You know what's the good news here? Now that the Life Orb is knocked out, right, the Scizor isn't dying from recoil.
Yeah. Here's what I think can happen, actually. If he knows he can live the Bullet Punch, he can Pollen Puff his own Aegis Slash, protect distant Pollen Puff, because I think I'm not sure does King Shield prevent side Pollen Puff.
I think it does. You might have to not protect.
Yeah.
So anyways, but I think here, actually Frog might not be in a good position.
Still not in the best position. Oh, Bullet Punch actually managing to pick up a KO even on that range.
No life up needed, no crit
No
required.
No crit required. Complete, honest damage from Scizor with the Technician boost.
Yeah, so Hocox able to turn around like a somewhat rough situation thanks to the Scizor just pressing Bullet Punch.
That is true. I think at the end of the day, like a gun solves your problem, but in this case, the Bullet Punch solves your problem. And very, very huge congratulations to Hocox. We'll now be moving on to the second game of this match. I really thought that Forb had quite good control in the first half of the match. I just think that he wasn't able to capitalize on the gains to the fact that he already put Hocox on the back foot. He wasn't able to push further than that, his advantage.
Yeah, and I do think that Forb might be afraid to bring the Mega Blaziken, considering that Hocox has a Sinistra that could just deny the Mega Blaziken with a Trick Room.
That is true. Now the real question here is, what does Forb want to do? I do think the leads were good. I just didn't think he would switch out the Floet on turn 1, honestly.
Oh yeah, I do think so too. Because I'm okay, maybe I see the line of logic, because he's like, Scizor isn't there, so he wants to, maybe he's afraid that the Scizor might come out anytime, but again, damage is damage.
Yeah, damage is damage. You need to start picking up your chip, especially if at the back you have Pokemon that can pick up the KO very easily, like the Meowscarada, which I believe the Meowscarada was meant to be an endgame sweeper.
Yeah, I mean, judging by the fact that it's a Choice Scarf, right, you have a point that it's likely to be the endgame sweeper.
Yeah, so you need to start chipping your target Pokemon, as well as knocking out the threats that could take away from the Meowscarada. But we'll see how it goes. I think both players have definitely more than enough time to adjust, to think about it. Forb definitely can pull it back in his favor should he play right. And Hocox here, in the driver's seat, if he pushes it at advantage, he could be a bit riskier here, especially he has the 1-0 advantage right now.
Yeah, 18 seconds left on the clock for team preview. I do think both players are thinking very hard to counter whatever counter picks they may pick in the second game. 6 seconds left, and okay, both players have made their decision. So now we're going to go into the opening leads for game 2, Forb versus Hocox. Hocox on the driver's seat, 1-0 lead. It is going to bring us Scizor and Aerodactyl going straight up on the offensive.
Not a bad lead here. Yep. Oh, actually,
Forb is bringing 2 birds.
Yeah, Forb is bringing 2 birds. There's a bird and a bug on the other side.
Yeah, two big red birds, one flying and one grounded.
Yeah, and the
fun fact, both can learn Blaze Kick.
Funnily enough, I think here definitely Forb having the advantage to set up Tailwind first. The real question is what does the Blaziken want to do, because the Scizor could also switch out into Delphox. I think Incineroar is a very good switch in as well.
Yeah, I think in my opinion, I do think that Hocox may just attack with the Aerodactyl, because Rock Slide just hurts like crazy though.
Yeah, the Aerodactyl here might also want to go for a Mega Evolution. You want to match the Tailwinds if you can, but if Aerodactyl also goes for a Rock Slide and delays the Tailwind by a turn, would be great as well.
Okay, so Incineroar comes in, getting the attack drop onto both Talonflame and Blaziken. This Talonflame is Jolly Nature, so its attack is severely neutered by it.
I think another thing to note is that if the Talonflame goes for Tailwind distance, he can taunt the next turn to prevent Tailwind from going up from the Aerodactyl side.
Oh, that's true. Okay, so Talonflame does go for the Tailwind, so now Blaziken...
So he might be forced to match the Tailwind, honestly.
Yeah, but Blaziken is going to go first, going for the Rock Slide here.
Yeah, doing alright damage. The real question is, does it get a flinch?
Aerodactyl goes...
goes for the Rock Slide.
Oh!
Actually picking up the KO means he can potentially set up Tailwind distance. No Floette as well.
So he can stagger the Tailwind.
Yeah, right. If he brings Floette, he can actually go for a Tailwind, pick out Tailwind.
Yes. But now, he has had his Talonflame is knocked out because he went for the itemless Talonflame, so there's no Focus Sash. The Focus Sash is on the Aegis Slash, right? So now he can't, like you said, he can't taunt the Aerodactyl.
Yeah, so with the fake up pressure, and we know that the Blaziken likely will not be able to pick up a KO, so he could be able to get a Tailwind up on his own and staggered by 1 turn.
Yeah, and okay, so you are kind of correct. Forb does bring his own Eternal Floette, but
this Floette can't Mega Evolve anymore.
Yeah, that's the main crux of the problem here. And of course, Incineroar can threaten the Blaziken and Fake Out, and Aerodactyl can threaten with the dual wing beat. So it's like, who cares of your speed, your Tailwind?
Yeah, that is also true. Another thing that to note is because the Floette cannot Mega Evolve, therefore it does not get the Fairy Aura ability, which means its fairy damage is greatly reduced.
It doesn't have also the attack boost, the stat boost from Mega Evolution as well.
That is true, that is also correct. There's a lot of things that's not exactly working in the favor of Forb here by choosing to bring both Megas.
But we do see Hocox switches out his Aerodactyl and bringing Sinistcha. I think he's trying to redirect some of the attacks and also heal up the Incineroar in the process.
It is fair because if he's accommodating for a close combat onto that slot, but which does not happen, but that's fine.
So is Fake Out going up? No, just double protect coming from Forb, shielding himself from a potential Fake Out, and yep, Fake Out does come onto the Floette. Blaziken is now definitely the fast. It's really, 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 really fast right now.
He can still switch back into the Aerodactyl, go for a parting shot onto the Blaziken, and bring in Sinistcha once again just to heal out whatever damage. But the real question is he needs to start getting rid of the Blaziken so that his Scizor can come in very safely.
Yeah, you're correct on that. I think one way he might do is he could just go for a Trick Room. I think he might see I'm not gonna really scare the Floette because the Floette is not the Mega Evolution of choice.
That's true. And the Flare Blitz will just put more damage onto the Mega Blaziken. So actually going for Protect here. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I think he's reading into the Flare Blitz. What a good read.
But he could just go for a side Pollen Puff, honestly. Yep.
Yeah, side
Get the
Pollen.
heal onto the Mega Blaziken, which is fair.
And I think you're calling for the parting shot? Yes.
But parting shot onto the Floette and not onto the Blaziken, surprisingly enough. I would have gone to the Blaziken personally. Now, but Aerodactyl now can come in.
Or maybe he may just bring the Scizor, but I think either way it works.
I think Aerodactyl is definitely the choice here.
Yeah, Aerodactyl is
You have unmuted Rock Slides right now.
speed.
And he's forced to go for a Flare Blitz because if he goes for a close combat and is pulled by the range powder, it will not be able to do much damage. So good on Hocox for recognizing that. Real question is, will the Rock Slides hit?
And actually, no, I don't think he was going to the rock side. He may go for the dual beat. He's going for the dual beat play.
Yeah, I think dual wing beat is
that's why
definitely good.
that's why he parting shot the Mega Floette. I mean the Eternal Floette.
Going for a side, avoided from the Aerodactyl.
Yeah, that was the neutral play that.
I guess he wanted to. The flinch and the mid ground is a good choice.
Yes. Dazzling Gleam. Okay, not going to do much.
Not going to do much, definitely.
Dual beat.
Dual wing beat, and does actually connect. And we'll be able to pick up the KO onto the Blaziken here. Wow.
So now that the tailwind of Forbes side has peters out, I believe, at the end of this turn, right? So now the Aerodactyl is the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, and unless at the back it's going to be the Scarf Meowscarada,
it's not.
Which it is not, then... then I think a Tailwind Matcha Gotcha here will be actually quite nice.
Yeah, sipping on that matcha and healing quite a fair bit.
Healing quite a fair bit, you know, because it's a healing experience to be drinking the matcha.
Yeah, I think at this point Aerodactyl has done his job already because I think if he's knocked out, it's fine. Scizor can come in for free.
Correct, yeah. Scizor here with Bug Bite as well. Matcha Gotcha here.
Yeah. Miracle Seed, Matcha Gotcha.
Oh my god,
my
that
goodness.
does a ton of... Oh my days. Getting the burn as well as a bit of a, you know, literal like, salt on the wound.
And it's gonna heal back to full, I believe.
Yeah, this should be able to definitely bring it to
gosh,
bit. Wow.
what damage from that Miracle Seed Modest Nature Matcha Gotcha.
So going for a light Aurora, trying to get some damage onto... But I don't think there's enough. No Fairy Aura, no. Never mind!
Oh, wow! Another one.
Oh, it was a crit. Dishonest.
One, a life for a life.
Yeah, one life for another.
Oh no! Oh, the Floette survives.
It's okay. This turn, he can just go for a Fake Out Protect, honestly.
Yeah.
Or Fake Out Bullet Punch as well. So he still has Incineroar, it's still within Hocox's favor. It was a bit of a doozy there a little bit, you could say, but I don't think it's enough to change the tide into the favor of Forb, unfortunately.
Yeah, but Forb does make the right call here just now. Oh damn, that Light of Ruin did hurt.
Surprised to see that amount of damage from a base, but here I would say Fake Out onto the Rotom, Bullet Punch onto the Floette just to confirm your KOs.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty safe knockout here. And what's even worse is that this Rotom is carrying Citrus Berry, so Hocox can just go for the Bug Bite play if he wants to.
Yeah, he can go to Bug Bite, or no, but the Citrus Berry has been used up.
Oh, right, sorry.
But I think it will still do because of Technician, so it'll be a 60 base power anyways.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I forgot that the Matcha Gotcha did like 82, how many percent? 82%. That was like quite a fair bit of damage.
That was a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So okay, here going for attack, but it will just be knocked out from the burn damage after this.
Yep,
Fake out on that. Okay, sure. Will you go for Bug Bite onto the no, close combat? Okay, that's
close combat, yeah.
I think that's fair as well. It should be enough to pick up the KO.
Yeah.
So either way, it would have been a cleanup crew from Hocox's side, who makes his way to, I believe it will be the quarterfinals, winners quarterfinal, right?
Yeah, no, he is qualifying for top 8. So
top 8 already.
Top 8 in winners bracket. So congratulations to Hocox. Congratulations
to Hocox. Very, very convincing 2-0 win. Especially in the first game, he managed to come back from behind to secure himself the win here. So we'd like to congratulate Hocox as well. Hopefully both players will be able to see each other again in the coming rounds. But we'll take a very quick break. I think we'll have like a bit of a lunch break after this.
Yeah, but of course we're going to try to wrap up the losers bracket and end the remaining of the top 8, the people who qualify for top 8 as soon as possible. Then we will go into top 8.
Yeah, but until then, we'll catch you guys later. See ya.
Fresh shot ni. 10 minutes break. I already, every match I play already, I do. No, it's really funny, no. Like I was sitting down, like, I'm gonna have a fun game. The moment the champions turn on, for the fun, I'm gonna get out. I might be 2-0, but still fighting for my life.
All right. We're starting things off on the next set as we wait for our players to return from the restroom. We have Forb versus Rival. I can yap first. What? Oh, you want me to talk while in BRB mode? I mean the BRB. Can. The tournament seems pretty good for most of the players. I do say my premise is that everybody should prepare their adapters to work. A lot of them don't. Nintendo Switch is the one that's hardest because you have to buy one and test properly. A lot of them never test and it's come. Of course, a lot of them last minute baru like remember to buy. So it also makes sense. Susah that one. No matter how much we warn them, that is just what it is. Yep. And then of course price is always the consideration because a good one is always 60 ringgit or more. Alright, we have the players. Alright, we have our players going in. We have Forb versus Nova MC for this round. This is top 8 qualifiers, losers side. So we're going to get some good matches in between these two players. I will say for sure, I think Forb has been performing well. Nova MC made it this far as well. If they make it a top 8, we're going to see a very, very good performance from both players here. Now, I got to pull out Nova MC's team sheet first. But, which one? Alright, so let's look at the teams they have. For 4, we have witnessed it literally last set on stream, right? Aegis Slash, Rotom, Floette, Masquerada, Blaziken, and Talonflame. Fairly weak to specific Pokemon, I would say flying types and water types a little bit difficult to fight. I think a Charizard can do well against this. I will say first. The next one is on Nova MC, first time on stream today from what I know. Garchomp, Metagross, Whimsicott, Milotic, Frostlass, and Incineroar. Mega Frostlass and Mega Metagross. Does he have rain?
And also possibly Mega Garchomp because of a Life Orb.
Oh yeah, correct.
As you know, Life Orb is the third Mega Stone of Garchomp.
It does just basically equal Sandforce, but even better.
Well, that depends on who you ask, but yeah, for Jolly Nature, yes, it does have a significant attack boost.
Yep. So right here, we're going into the bond selection. What do you think Forb can play against Nova MC here? Because I obviously we don't see this combination of both Mega Metagross and Frostlass too often.
So for me, what I'm thinking is that Forb needs to be very, very wary of the Metagross. That is for sure, because the Metagross is like threatening the Floette and potentially the Blaziken if the Blaziken can't knock it out. So I do see in this matchup, Forb probably has to bring something like a Meowscarada and the Blaziken.
Alright, fair enough.
And given that Nova MC doesn't have any form of Trick Room, he only has Tailwind and Icy Wind, right? So having Talonflame to like boost his speed even further is actually something that he could actually go for. But we'll see about that.
Right. So this Frostlass runs a more single style set with type coverage galore, right? Blizzard, Shadow Ball, Thunderbolt, Aurora Veil. This is basically no protect. It's practically no guard, practically.
Yeah, no protect on the Frostlass here, going for coverage and defensiveness with the Aurora Veil. I think it's like banking on the fact that people don't play Charizard, even though Charizard is probably like the most common thing ever. But we'll see about that as both players have already locked in their leads and the Pokemon they have at the back, and we are gonna see Frog leading up with Floette and the Rotom Wash.
Incineroar and Frostlass on the field, straight Intimidate, but both mons don't really care about their attack being lowered here.
So I do think that Nova MC may be just going for like the Aurora Veil play here. I mean, considering that it's not really threatening the Floette and the Rotom Wash with any significant attacks, I feel.
Yep. What can he choose though? Nova MC might be finding it difficult. I also Mega Evolution here because for both sides, no reason not to. There's nothing major that's forcing them not to Mega here. I think Rotom Wash might have a little bit more of an advantage considering its placement, but there's no attackers on the field, so Will-O-Wisp doesn't matter. Mega Frostlass sets up right now.
Yeah, it's gonna bring in the Snow Warning, so now he has a defensive boost. And no Mega Evolution from Frog side, so
That's
just,
a lot of damage.
Yeah, eating a Fake Out, and also Aurora Veil. Yep,
Perfect setup right here. Gonna negate damage by half, or is it 25% each? I forgot if Aurora Veil was 25% each for attack and special attack.
It's the same as Light Screen and Reflect, and you can see that the Aurora Veil is already paying dividends by having the Incineroar survive with survive with Hydro Pump and now eating its Citrus Berry.
Right, restored back to 70%. Incineroar can probably last at least 2 more turns unless it gets doubled down, but it's kind of unlikely here. Floette's not really in a good position right now.
I do think that he did not Mega Evolve his Floette because he has Mega Blaziken at the back for
just in case, right?
Yeah, just in case. Because I do think that he needs to bring the Mega Blaziken in for whatever Nova MC had at the back. That's why he's like preserving. Okay, so we do see a switch out.
He's gonna switch out into the Blaziken. Perfect prediction from you, yeah.
Yeah, so Blizzard is gonna come in.
Not doing the most damage on these 2 mons, but surprisingly Blaziken took quite a bit.
It's a critical hit. Yeah, you pointed out correctly. Thunderbolt not doing more than 50%, and we do see a parting shot onto the Rotom Wash, dropping his special attack further, and then also allowing a Nova MC to pivot out to something that hopefully could threaten the Blaziken, something Garchomp something, hopefully.
Yep, the Garchomp is out. Very good guess.
something Garchomp something, yeah.
Look, it's Mega Garchomp. Woo! Totally.
Of course, I do think that the Protect play coming from the Blaziken could be like really, really obvious, and also the fact that the Garchomp is being threatened by the burn, should it goes for the attack on the Blaziken directly, and we see about that.
What will the Rotom do? Shadow Ball hits the Protect. Nothing's gonna happen here, but the Stomping Tantrum. Oh, he doubled down on the Blaziken, and he might just risk Will-O-Wisp, but it misses.
Wow, that was surprisingly good rhyme.
Both sides couldn't do anything for that turn. 2 turns of Aurora Veil left with Snow as well. He might have to consider switching on the next turn just in case. But we're still running this turn, so nothing said and done, right?
Yeah, I kind of thought that he will double up onto the Rotom Wash, but I think he really wants the Blaziken out. Okay.
Yeah, the main thing threatening most of the mons here is Blaziken. Fighting type and Fire type is pretty good matchup against a lot of them.
Okay, so eating the citrus from the Rotom and then stomping. Okay.
Stomping Tantrum done, knock it out. Blaziken is down. Floette in the back just in case.
Not Mega Evolving so that he can Mega the Floette. I guess that's one thing he could do, but now the Rotom is just going to go for the Will-O-Wisp, finally connecting onto the Garchomp. a little too late.
You know, when we saw the Floette, we thought the Floette may evolve. Then he like, oh, we'll hold it back. Blaziken might evolve. And he did it again on us. Twice. It's like,
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that neither that happened.
But who could be the fourth mon, or is he gonna bring out the Floette for this time?
Yeah, I think the reason why is because like perhaps it's like I'm a bit I feel like I want to like be a bit flexible. That's why I'm gonna choose to Mega Evolve because I need to find the right timing.
Yeah, keeping his options open. So right now, knowing that Garchomp is on the field, Floette comes back out to apply more pressure on his opponent. But Nova say MC is at a very, very good position for this.
Yeah, he is, but the Aura Veil is ending, so I think any second now the Frostlass might just switch out onto the Incineroar or maybe some other Pokemon.
Yep. Incineroar is probably a very fair choice. It will resist Dazzling Gleam, and you can get burned, so very good switch. But we still are waiting on the opponent right now. Protects on the floor, still doesn't make. What?
Maybe, perhaps he's trying to fish for a freeze. I can
double protect.
Yeah, double protector, making sure no freeze, no freezing shenanigans, and also stalling out the Aura Veil and the snow.
Interesting choice, and the Frostlass still remains on the field. Double protect against both Mon's attacks. Wow. Snow stopped, and now you have to consider switching out.
Or you just don't, because like there's no weather wars happening.
True, there's nothing on the opponent's side that would consider like even setting up. Yeah, there's completely no weather at all, actually. Yeah.
I mean, of course, the choice is Nova's MCs to make, and I do think that I'm kind of surprised that they didn't choose to attack the Frostlass, considering the Frostlass can't protect.
Okay. Maybe they just forgot, because like everything else seems more dangerous.
Okay, so Mega Floette exuding the Fairy Aura. Blizzard now outside of the snow.
Rose Gambling, it still hits one of them. It hits the Rotom and it sends him down to 40%. Not much, but it's brutal. This is bulky Rotom Wash. You gotta end it soon.
Yes, because it is Calm Nature, so it is a higher special defense. And then we do see the Life Orb Garchomp going for the Rock Slide. Any flinches?
Oh!
No flinch on the Rotom, but the Rotom is gonna miss the Hydro Pump.
Wow, perfect.
High variance, it is what it is.
Actually, everyone just gambled.
Yeah, you have a point there, Oscar, because like the Frostlass was just gambling on the Blizzard when there's no there's no snow at all.
And up to this point, we still didn't see Floette do anything major to change the game in any way. No Mega, can't get any move off just yet.
I mean, it did Mega, but it just did nothing. Yeah, so Incineroar is coming in. The Intimidate is not really gonna matter, but it does have the fake out pressure for the next turn.
Protect on the Garchomp. He's probably gonna guess for a Dazzling Gleam to come in. Protect on the Rotom, trying to keep himself alive for even longer.
Doesn't want to get the flinches or freeze, I suppose.
Dazzling Gleam gonna hit the Incineroar here. How much will it do? Whoa. Of course, it keeps doing so much damage on resisted mons. This game is funny, man.
It's neutral damage, but it still hurts like a chunk because it's a critical hit. I think your reaction says it. I was like, oh my god, the HP bar is falling down so fast. That's gotta be something.
Yeah, our brain is like, Incineroar switching here, safe. 5% comes in.
Critical hit, not safe.
Yeah, I will die next turn. But Rotom finally switches out, gonna swap in the fourth mon, which is Meowscarada.
Okay, Meowscarada being choice stuff, so it's faster and everything. But what does the Garchomp do? Can the Garchomp, fix out the Meowscarada, does some bit of damage?
This Meowscarada has Choice Scarf, so
yes,
it will move first on the next turn.
Yes.
That said, Triple Axel is also another one without that doesn't have 100% hit rate. So it's an all-in-one gamble, regardless.
Yeah, but I do think that the driver's seat is at Forb's side though, because Choice Scarf, Meowscarada, and also the Floette is also like rather fast. Though the Garchomp is faster because it's Jolly, since they both have the same BST speed. But still, I think in terms of like who's in the in advantage in terms of who goes first is probably in Forb because of the choice scarf Masquerada.
Yep, the speed is on Forb's side. Still 4 months remain on Nova MC's side. He has one in the back that's still unrevealed up to this point. And
Yeah,
if Process comes back up, we're gonna see Snow back again. Yup. He might aim for another Auroraville on the next turn here, but he is very much liable to more damage on this turn.
Yeah, it's gonna go for the protect on the Garchomp, and so. Oh, but
Flower
Flower
Trick.
Trick. Oh, okay. Is it gonna go onto the Incineroar? It is. Oh, that's a good read.
That doesn't knock out just yet, but another crit.
No, it's
And then the Dazzling Gleam's gonna hit.
the crit didn't matter because it's always gonna come out anyway.
Oh yeah, correct. I forgot.
But the Dazzling Gleam is gonna knock the Frostas out. So I do think that as a neutral play, Flower Trick is really good because the Incineroar was low on health anyways.
Yep, smart play. Right now left to 3 mons remaining for Nova MC here.
And the last Pokemon that we do not know of is Incineroar coming back in, or is someone else?
I do think nerfing Masquerada here is a long-term play. Right, switches back in with another round of Intimidate. Threatening another Fake Out onto potentially the Floette, or actually Masquerada might be better, I think.
If he wants to fake out Masquerada with a better choice. But the Intimidate doesn't really matter onto the Masquerada, considering that Flower Trick is will always deal critical hit damage.
Yeah, it always bypasses that lowered attack stat.
Yes. Of course, the 5% Incineroar is like... I mean, if the Floette goes for Dazzling Gleam, it's like a pretty free double knockout, provided it doesn't get fringed by Rock Slide.
But the Protect, which means Incineroar may live this to tell the tale. Fake Out onto the Masquerada, perfect read. Can Garchomp get the right damage on the mon that matters?
Oh, but I do not think the Rock Slide is able to knock out the Masquerada. Yep, considering that the Garchomp
is burned,
yes,
yes.
it is burned.
But good damage in a very bad position for both sides here. Burn, I think one more turn is all it takes for both mons on Nova MC sides to go down. Nothing is faster than Masquerada here. It is a very big threat.
Yeah, I think a Flower Trick here onto the Garchomp slot, and also like a Dazzling Gleam is just a very, very straightforward play that doesn't really have much downsides on Forb.
Yeah, considering the only mon with spread damage was Frostlass, kind of difficult position to bring things back right now. But nice Flower Trick onto the Garchomp, which means Floette is free reign to blast down on the Incineroar and knocking it out.
So who does Nova MC have at the back?
Milotic, maybe? The other 2 mons don't... Yeah, it's Milotic.
Oh,
yeah.
that is gonna be easily knocked out by the Flower Trick and the Rotom at the back.
Yeah.
Or
Considering
even if Forb wants to go fancy, he could just Light of Ruin the Milotic if he wants to.
Considering the early game between these two players, this is an absolutely great position for Forb right now.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty much set. Let's see what the player does.
We'll see what is his last resort here.
Flower
Trick
Trick.
hits. Great damage, almost does it. I don't think it's faster than the Floette though.
It is. Yeah, no, it's not.
Column Puff to heal?
Wow.
Interesting. It's like, I want to win dominantly. My mon ain't dying here. Yeah, he ain't dying next turn either.
I don't think the IC win method, because it just negates the choice scarf speed advantage. Masquerada is still going to be fast.
Yeah, but I don't think even if it hits, it would get fully kill. I don't think, just now mathematics doesn't look like it would kill.
But I do think that, if as long as Forb goes for like a Dazzling Gleam, it will be like a easy knockout.
Yeah,
but
it's a guaranteed kill at this
yeah,
point.
but I think he probably is looking to see how much damage Flower Trick does, to take note of it for future games,
I think it did about 70
to 80%. Yeah. So I think he's looking at the damage first before because he wants to know how much, whether it's an OCO or not. But
Yep.
regardless, it was a game that was like in his favor anyway. So Forb does take a game 1.
Yeah, if you're playing Pokemon VGC, you have to remember as much info as possible going into the next game. Best of 3 means you have a chance to bring things back on the next game. You have to take either mental notes or actual notes, which is actually doable.
Yeah, in this case, I think Frog does take his notes out to at least he knows the damage calculations and stuff. And so now both players are just gonna go into game 2. I wonder, will Nova MC be able to win on the crackback, or is still gonna be Frog going for his losers bracket run till in top 8?
Now you guys can consider the fact that we were questioning the Floette non-mega into Blaziken, non-mega into Mega Floette. It was kind of interesting, but it brought him all the way to a win.
Yeah,
Let's be fair, it actually worked out. So we have to consider what if Fort will continue with the same set of mons and how Nova MC can adapt on this next turn. I would say if he had some speed control, it might be helpful.
I think the speed control came too late.
Yeah.
Because the speed control he has is Icy Wind, but I think it came too late.
Mm.
Probably has to whip it out early, because if you notice, the Meowscarada is like an end game cleaner. So if he doesn't bring the Meowscarada out, right, so the multi is pretty safe so long as the Rotom Rush is dealt with.
Yep. And at this current point in time, would Metagross be better than Frostlass for this particular matchup?
I am not too sure, because the Rotom Wash does have a slight advantage here, because none of Nova MC's Pokemon is able to do like super effective to the Rotom Wash.
Yeah, there's no grass type damage at all.
Yes, at most it's a neutral. The biggest damaging thing he could do is probably like a Psychic Fang for Metagross.
Meowscarada in lead with a Talonflame support. Metagross and Whimsicott is out. Wow, complete change of leads here.
Yes, but both players could match their Tailwind, I would say. The only thing is that the Meowscarada does threaten the Metagross with a knockoff. Yeah, with a knockoff, yeah.
He can definitely choose to go for a good old Tailwind or even Acrobatics. Both mons, especially with Talonflame having Gale Wings on this first turn, he can threaten the Whimsicott immediately. That said, you don't want to let Metagross rain feed for too long.
Yes, I do think the whoever attacks first, whether it is the Meowscarada or the Metagross, right, will determine the game. But I do think that it is in the favor of the Meowscarada, considering its choice scarf in terms of who goes first. But knockoff is definitely not going to knock out the Mega Metagross, considering how bulky it is. But it's going to deal like a decent dent of damage.
Right? Metagross is very big. I can't see his opponent right now. Protect does set off on the Whimsicott here. He's probably banking on the fact that they're just going to double target it as fast as possible.
Yep, Acrobatics go onto the Whimsicott, and Triple Axel
They
also goes
do.
Okay,
I
being
mean,
ice
yeah.
type. Metagross goes for the Meteor Mash.
Oh, wait, perfect. Ah, yes, sir. The point in the butt is gone.
Yes. That was a perfect read by Nova MC here. Acknowledging the fact that, you know, the Whimsicott wants to be, the Whimsicott is something that needs to be protected, and thankfully this Whimsicott does carry Protect.
It actually just went, get down, Mr. President. Protect, pa.
Yeah, so now I do think that the Whimsicott is relatively safe to go for like a Tailwind if he wants to. But if he doesn't want to, it's fine, because nothing at the moment from Frog's side is threatening the Metagross.
Nice.
The reason why I say it is because like the Talonflame doesn't have a fire attack.
It is kind of interesting that he chose to protect here. He feared that Talonflame would be obviously in a back foot just from getting hit, which he actually gets correctly, and now the Will-O-Wisp will come in onto the Metagross, greatly reducing its damage output.
That's a good play, because now the Metagross attack is like rather crippled here.
Yeah, considering if he was burned, Mega, like the Meowscarada wouldn't have completely guaranteed got one-shot knockout if
Yeah.
it existed. But thankfully it's gone. But who could be the fourth mon? It's probably between Floette and Blaziken remaining.
Yes, I do hope he brought the Blaziken, but it's gonna be hard to say. Maybe like it's a counter pick or a counter pick. So I think at the moment, right, if should Fob bring Floette at the back, right, I think the thing that he needs to do now is to knock out the Metagross as soon as possible.
Yep. Metagross is a damage threat on his opposing side, but Forb, Whimsicott gonna hit the encore on the Talonflame, and now is dead weight.
Yeah, it doesn't go for the tailwind, so it must go for the encore, go for the protect.
Doesn't get the double either. Psychic Fang's gonna go on to the Rotom. He is the threat here because he's the bulkiest thing on the field.
Okay, dealing 31% onto the Rotom Wash.
Ooh,
Hydro
that's a
Pump
lot.
dealing a lot of damage back. And also the burn.
Now leaving him with 36% here. Metagross will find himself maybe tanking one more hit at most. But it is definitely not a good position. High chance Talonflame might switch out here.
Yeah, I mean, it is dead weight right now. But I think in this next turn, whoever that Talonflame is switching into, if it chooses to switch into, it's going to take like heavy damage from both the Whimsicott and the Metagross. I think the Metagross is just going to ignore the Rotom Wash for now. But, but it just, the switcher just goes for the protect. Okay, I guess.
It works. Okay, so let's see who he aims at. Moonblast goes into the Rotom. More damage incoming. That's a lot of damage.
Just a critical hit. Because
We keep seeing crits this set, man.
yeah, because it's a calm nature, so it shouldn't be dealing a lot of damage to a specially defensive Rotom.
After the Citrus Berry, he managed to take it well. Thunderbolt gonna knock it out, and Metagross is now gone.
So Metagross is down, and I think this is a big deal because because judging by the way Forb is playing, a Floette is probably sitting behind there. But right now, another problem arises because the Milotic is actually something that Floette may not be able to take it down fast unless Rotom Wash is able to knock it out. But because of the Tailwind, and judging by the way Nova MC is targeting the Rotom Wash, I do think that the Rotom Wash might not survive another turn.
Yep. And with Whimsicott still in full health, his Focus Sash is completely still active. Very much perfect for the Whimsicott to do. Right here, Rotom switches out into... No!
Oh, it's a Blaziken at the back.
Ayo, KFC and Chicken on the other side.
Okay, so protect on the Talonflame once more. Moonblast on doing neutral damage is still gonna hurt though.
Yeah, that's neutral damage. 54 remains.
Oh,
Scald.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, Milotic's perfectly positioned for this.
And now both the Tailwind and Encore have petered out, right? So now, and because Talonflame's health is still 100%, it could go for the Gale Wings Acrobatics or the Gale Wings Tailwind before the Whimsicott.
Yep, considering even though Speed Boost is Blaziken's ability, it has not triggered yet. Tailwind will immediately let Blaziken do damage as the first one on this turn.
Yep, you're correct. And both players, I think Forb is taking quite some time to think here because I do think that he's more on the back foot. Okay, Whimsicott goes for the protect. And Talonflame just goes for Tailwind. Yeah, that's a
Fair play.
That's a very safe play if I ever saw one myself.
Flare Blitz goes into the Whimsicott slot, and Milotic is free reign to do damage to both fire types here. Blaziken should go down. It does.
Okay, I think that just seals the game for Nova MC though.
Yeah, with 3 versus 1 and the Talon. Okay, I say 1, but Rotom's just 1 hit away. We'll see.
Because at this point, even if the Rotom does a super effective Thunderbolt, it's not gonna knock out the Milotic unless Forb goes for the double up onto the Milotic slot. Well, in this case, the Whimsicott is just free to knock something out.
Protects, expecting maybe a double up here. Whimsicott can take 2 hits, can take 1 hit for free.
Okay,
Rotom.
does Acrobatics onto the Whimsicott. And what does the Rotom Wash go for? Hopefully a double up. Do we see a double up?
No, Thunderbolt onto the
double
Milotic, which means Whimsicott is free to do damage onto the Rotom Wash.
Okay, so I think this is game set for Nova MC, and we're gonna go into the game 3, I think.
It is interesting to see the support Talonflame has remained at 100% for the entire game and couldn't do much at all.
I mean, it's a risky switch.
Yep.
Wow, double protect. No, it's not double protect, it's just another protect.
Yeah. Acrobatics gonna target in, and now he's just gonna go all in onto the Talonflame.
I think the Scout is gonna survives with a 5%, but I think it's
A little too late
It's
already.
tough, yeah.
Yep. Now we got a 1-1 set here. Both players playing their absolute best. Forb did a great for game 1. Without Floette, it could be difficult. You actually guessed right with the Blaziken here, but god damn it, game.
Yeah, so now we're gonna try to set up for the third game.
We got some buffer time.
Yeah, I think both players are still in the room, so it's just going into team. I think they're probably into team preview.
Yep. 9.
9-6-4.
That's our World Championship game. Right, we're gonna go back in before they finish their team preview.
Don't worry, from where I'm seeing, they are still doing their team preview.
Yep.
Forb is taking his time.
Gonna have to consider it well because I think Forb's team really depends on the right mons being at the right place. Nova MC has the generally more game plans, I think, available to them at once.
Yeah.
With a little bit of bad positioning, Forb's team will kind of crumble in under pressure. Like Talonflame there was practically unlike, it didn't need to be targeted for most of the set, which actually led to Nova MC just doubling down so often on the mon on the next slot.
Yeah, I think Nova MC has made some decent calls, especially in the game 2. That's why I was able to win, and especially the Blaziken taking too much damage, right? The one of the challenges of playing Blaziken is that it is it's sort of like a glass cannon. It hits hard, but it also receives a lot of damage in the end, even from neutral damage.
Alright, sending out the Floette with the Aegis Slash this time. Whimsicott Metagross returns on lead.
Okay, so the Aegis Slash is decent, does good damage against both the Whimsicott and the Metagross, considering that it hits for super effective on the Fairy Whimsicott and the Psychic type Metagross.
Aegis Slash here positioned pretty well. Shadow Ball, Flash Cannon, White Guard, and King Shield.
Yeah, but I do think that a Protect is coming onto the Floette.
Naturally, with Metagross threatening that position, you gotta protect the boss.
Yes. It's just whether what Aegis Slash goes for. That's the question.
I think a good option is Shadow Ball on Metagross. Because yes, if he views Whimsicott as a super threat, I think he should take that out first. But Metagross, without the damage output, it will also be quite a problem. Protect onto the Whimsicott right now. Rotom is out.
Okay, Meteor Mash onto the Rotom Wash, not going to do a lot of damage. Yep.
Yeah, that's pitiful.
13%. That's essentially nothing. Oh my god, an attack!
Hey, lucky!
Hey, lucky man! And an attack boost from the Meteor Mash. That is... Oh, Flash Cannon onto the Protected Whimsicott.
What a lucky robot!
Yeah, what a lucky robot indeed. The graphics processor, working overtime.
Well, he does have 4 Beldums inside him, so it's definitely processing overtime.
Yeah, but I think now with the attack boost, right? I do feel that Nova MC may be like, hey, let's just mega for more boost, tough claws, extra
More
stat.
damage.
Yeah, more damage.
Yeah,
But
he can do a lot of damage, but both mons generally resist most of their moves.
Yeah, but you don't want to take a boosted attack from a Metagross, I feel.
Yep. With base Metagross itself, it is very slow, so he has to consider his position here. If he gets a Tailwind up, I think he might be able to change a fair amount of the tide.
Yep, he's choosing to Mega Evolve here. I do think that the Rotom Wash is going to get double up, but we shall see. As we see, the Metagross has Mega Evolve, getting extra bulk, extra strength.
Protects, baiting out in case he Will-O-Wisp. And we're going to see if Moonblast hits, it will do a lot of damage. Good.
That looks like a critical hit. Yeah, that is a critical hit. And the special attack drop. Oh my goodness.
Everything that could go in Nova MC's way is going in Nova MC's way right now. But the Aegis Slash has a choice. Will he hit the right mon? Yes. Goes into the Whimsicott, setting him down to Sash.
totally a fine play. I mean, something that I think Nova MC is able to accept because, like, you know, I'm still alive. I can just do one more thing. You know, might as well go for like a tailwind, a Hail Mary tailwind, or one thing he could go for. He could just potentially lock the Iggy Slash into Flash Cannon.
True.
Okay, but he switches out.
Giving up the attack boost here for the Milotic position. Tailwind sets up. Playing the long game we can see here, but Aegis Slash still got free reign.
I guess
What's the ability?
I guess he's not confident in the fact that Psychic Fangs might be able to knock out the Rotom Wash.
He doubled down with both Mons onto that slot. Milotic taking minimal damage considering its bulk, and Whimsicott is still alive for one more turn at least.
Okay, so playing very, very slowly and in controlly here, and you know, taking up time for their lunch, because like if whoever wins is going to top it and they have less lunch, you know.
Yep, we're kind of running out of time here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised they still went for the play they went for, because like, you know, I would assume that, or maybe there's a plan, you know, delay this opponent's lunch too. But King Shield is going onto the Aegis Slash, protecting itself from any harm. Whimsicott just correctly goes for the Moon Blast onto the Rotom Wash, bringing it down to 30%. But
No, he's talking already.
okay, Milotic goes for the recover here, so it's gonna heal back up to full health and probably survive it. Oh, the Thunderbolt is going into the Whimsicott slot instead.
Yeah, but Whimsicott has really much paid everything he needed to do here. What's gonna come out next? I assume it could be a Frostus in the back here. But if he rightly brought Incineroar, I think it would also be pretty good for the play.
Oh no, it's a Garchomp instead. I think Garchomp is fine because this Garchomp does threaten with life orb damage, and also it doesn't really get any super effective damage from the Aegis Slash. Though I do think that Nova MC needs to take care of the Aegis Slash when at any given time, to be honest.
Luckily, this Aegis Slash
Because
doesn't have Swords Dance.
Yeah, because it's a special Aegis Slash, but I think he needs to take it out as soon as possible because it will threaten the Metagross.
Yep. Right here, the easiest guess would be Stomping Tantrum onto the Aegis Slash here.
We'll see.
Rotom protects. Dragon Claw onto the Rotom, and with Milotic, Scald.
Yep, correctly scalds the Aegis Slash.
Gonna threaten with some burn here just in case. Will it? Yo! He got it!
But I mean, he got the burn, so it's like extra chip damage. But since it's a special Aegis Slash, it's gonna go for Shadow Ball. It's fine.
Perfectly tanking that
Oh
one.
no, that's a competitive boost.
Oh yeah! And now whatever Milotic chooses to do will do tons in return.
The Hex did not go in Frob's favor here, to be honest. Maybe in the long run, yes, because if Flovet comes in and doesn't grid, it will hurt the Milotic for extra damage. But
Is this more difficult than multiple flinches, or is this actually better?
I think in the short term, it helps Nova MC take out the Aegis Slash. But in the long term, he probably has to switch the Milotic out.
Correct.
Because do keep in mind, Frog still has 4 Pokemon remaining.
Right, King Shield sets up. You're gonna protect the Aegis Slash on this turn, expecting maybe a Stomping Tantrum. But if he follows last turn, he will just attack Rotom Wash as much as possible.
Okay, so it just goes for the neutral play, Rock Slide.
What does Milotic choose here? If he hits the right slot, guesses correctly, he can have a very good landslide of a momentum. Oh, he does.
Okay, it's a very good neutral play by Nova MC here. Thankfully, the Rotom Wash is actually slower than the Milotic. Yeah, I think this Milotic is rather fast though. Usually, I would think Rotom Wash is faster. Oh wait, no, sorry, I forgot. That's Tailwind.
Right, yeah. And right here, 3 versus 3.
3 versus 3.
3 versus 3. Very good. Still doable. Floyd in the back.
I think Frob is still deciding, like, you know, who he wants to bring out. Because taking his time, I would say. Yeah. He has a tough decision to make here.
Alright, Meowscarada returns, immediately threatening the Garchomp at its position here.
It could also threaten the Milotic with
Flower Trick,
Flower
yes.
Trick, which would one-shot it. But the key thing to note is that because it is Choice Scarf, it could only threaten one Pokemon at a time. So if Nova MC goes for a double protect, right, he just knows, okay, what you're gonna.
Yeah, he can immediately gauge what he's gonna do.
Yes.
And swap out the right Pokemon out of there on the next turn.
Yep.
They're making their choices as carefully as possible here. Protect onto the Milotic. Is it another one?
And
No.
oh, White Guard instead protecting itself from the Rock Slide. I'm not sure if that's
This is kind of a gamble right now. Flower.
Oh, okay, fine. He can lock himself to Flower Trick and critical hit the Garchomp here.
I mean, it's neutral, so it's gonna do a lot regardless.
Yep.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's a critical hit. So Dragon Claw.
Dragon Claw? What? Almost. But it can't outspeed this one. If he doesn't attack Milotic next turn, Icy Wind can knock out the Meowscarada here.
Provided Iggy Slash doesn't go for the White Guard.
Correct.
Because I think right now, if he wants to White Guard, he could probably spam it if he wants to, I think.
Yeah, I think Aegis is in a good position to just act as support from here on. Considering the last two mons are basically sweepers of their own.
Yes, we'll see what are they gonna do. I think the form is like, okay, he switches out his Milotic. Is he gonna bring in the
Metagross
Yeah, so Nova MC brings in the Metagross. Okay.
withdraws the Aegis Slash this time, sends out the Mega Floette.
Flower Trick going onto the
Metagross. Not
Okay.
gonna do too much.
reading it completely correctly. So what does the Garchomp go for? The Garchomp is going to go for the
Dragon Claw onto the Meowscarada. Gonna end that threat immediately.
Okay, so that is actually really good position for Nova MC because right now the Metagross immediately threatens the Eternal Floette.
And Aegis Slash being in his position can't really do the best amount of damage against Metagross as well.
Not to say it can do a lot of damage, but the Aegis Slash is threatened by the Stomping Tantrum from the Garchomp.
Yep. Is it faster?
This Metagross is definitely faster because it's Jolly. The
Then
Floette
the
is modest.
Garchomp should outspeed the Aegis Slash, I think.
Oh no, Aegis Slash is definitely the slowest thing on the field.
Yeah.
So because the Garchomp is both Garchomp and Metagross are Jolly, so they are both going to be the fastest thing on the field because Forb's Floette is modest nature. So the speed advantage is in Nova MC's favor.
Is Tailwind still up or not?
No, Tailwind has speeded out already.
Okay.
So Forb is actually kind of in the back end here because especially if the Stomping Tantrum knocks out the Aegis Slash, right, then it's just game.
Oh, Mega Evolution finally sets in. He's most likely going to go for a Dazzling Gleam here.
Or maybe a Protect, but we'll see. No Protect, so Medium Mash is just going to knock it out.
That's a lot of damage. Straight up didn't do anything, and a Mega Floette. My 69.99, bro.
Goes for the Rock Slide. Interesting play here.
Is he going to threaten a flinch? A flinch?
I think he's afraid of the what do you call
No
it?
flinch?
The King's Shield, yeah.
Shadow Ball, gonna hit the Metagross here. That's a lot of damage, goes down. Milotic is the last one, gonna come
Critical
back
hit.
out.
Okay, yeah.
With Garchomp and Milotic, this is looking pretty good for Nova MC here. Less than 50% health on the Aegis Slash. It's a very difficult position to fight back from.
Yeah, because Focus Sash. Sorry, not Focus Sash. The Aegis Slash is Focus Sash, Aegis Slash. The Sash is broken, so yeah.
And he forfeits. Forb accepts the loss. Nova MC moves on to top 8.
In losers bracket, yeah. Congratulations, that was a hard-fought battle.
You had to add in the illusion. He's correct, but he's top 8. Congratulations
Yes.
to Nova MC. All right, we are finally done with the post bracket. We can come back at 3 o'clock. It's been a long half day, but we still got top 8 remains, so make sure to come back when the bracket starts again.
Testing, testing. The music is a bit loud. The background music for my side lah.
Testing, testing. Mic okay. Music loud.
Yeah, same.
Need to lower in-game music or the one that is the feedback from the desktop / in-game. Can it be lowered some more?
Testing, testing, testing. Can you hear me, Cliff?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Can the music continue to be lowered down some more? Just lower it quite low because it's a bit loud.
No, wait. We are going table 2. Table 1 is someone else.
Okay, music is good. Thank you.
The music is kind of loud though. Still loud.
Just now the music was okay. Suddenly it became louder.
Plus they changed music, I guess.
Oh yeah lah. Maybe when the in-game wouldn't be so bad. Is this music stream music or is it in-game?
I think it's stream music.
I think it's stream music, yeah. Are we in already? It's Nixon versus Hawcox again?
Yes, this is the
Are we in the winners bracket or the losers one?
this is winners top 8.
Okay, so winners top 8. I think they've already started. We've already seen the teams before, but very quickly, I think from Hawcox is Aerodactyl, Delphox, Kommo-o, Scizor, Sinistcha, Incineroar.
And Nixon is running the Whimsicott, Charizard, Sneasel, Garchomp, Kingambit, and Basque Legion.
Very interestingly, going with the Aerodactyl Scizor, whereas Nixon has gone with Basque Legion and Whimsicott. I would think it would be a bit of a risk, honestly, to lead with Scizor, but then again, with Aerodactyl to cover for the Charizard, probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think right, like the Basque Legion, he has to Whimsicott has to probably like the Basque Legion probably has to aim at the Aerodactyl, but if the Aerodactyl because Aerodactyl doesn't have Protect, right? So it's kind of vulnerable there.
Yeah, but the question is whether does it want to go for Tailwind this turn, risking the Encore the next turn, or does it go straight up for a Rock Slide, expecting the flip turn to come into something at the back anyways?
Yeah, but I think Scizor's position is still fine.
Scizor is definitely in the clear here.
Yeah, but it might if let's say Basque Legion goes for the Wave Crash, it will hurt. But we do see that Hawcox switches out his Aerodactyl and brings in the Kommo-o.
Oh,
the first we've seen of this Kommo-o in this tournament so far
That's
on
nice.
stream.
I think he's going to go for a double bullet punch onto the Whimsicott so that the Kommo-o is a little bit more free, which is completely fair.
Yep, gonna bring down the Whimsicott into this Focus Sash here with the Bullet Punch.
Yeah.
Critical hit doesn't really matter when
The Focus Sash is going to be procced anyways.
Yes.
But I like this play actually, because now if the Whimsicott chooses to switch out, the Kommo-o can really start boosting with its Clangorous Soul.
Yes, and also of course the Basque Legion is gonna switch out and probably like Charizard probably is gonna come in. Charizard, yeah, I think Charizard's coming in. But the problem with Charizard is that it doesn't really have anything that would be
Correct,
able to
yeah.
do effective damage against the Komo. Like, and you said the Komo can just start boosting.
Yeah, so I think what's going to happen right now is that he wants to protect on the Whimsicott. Does he have protect? He does not have protect. No, he cannot. He cannot even protect itself from this way. So he can lose the Whimsicott. Sorry, he can lose the Scizor, honestly. And once he starts getting boost onto the Komo-O, he can really start going to town.
Yeah, and I do think that Hocox very, very likely has a Sinistra at the back, right?
Yep.
So, of course, we're going to see the Mega Charizard Y going to bring out the Sun.
Yeah, here you definitely want to bullet punch into a Whimsicott that cannot protect. And you want to start getting your boost up because those are very, very, very useful.
Okay, Bullet Punch knocking out the Whimsicott. Whimsicott can't do anything this turn. Can't even encore because, like, what's the point of encoring?
Yep. I think what we need to really keep in mind is once the Scizor goes down and Sinistra comes in, it really heals up the Komo, and the Komo has also already boosted at that point, so it can probably live, it can already live, it can live a last respects.
Yeah, but now Komo is down to 50%. Is it going to go for the Kangaroo Soul? It is going to go for the Kangaroo Soul, so it's going to be brought down to even lower health.
That's right, and this Komo does not carry any sort of citrus berry or leftovers.
Yes. I do think that the Aerodactyl is coming in here. But
no, I think he wants to go in for Sinistra, switch out into Aerodactyl, and try to get more healing loops in.
Sorry, yeah, correct. I brain farted that because I feel like the Sinistra is coming in because he needs to heal up.
Yeah,
After that, he could just freely go for the Clanging Scales, but I don't think with the boost is enough to knock out both of Nixon's Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough either because both Pokemon are at very high HP right now. He really needs to get more heals in, so he either switches out the Sinistra into the Aerodactyl, risking a last respects.
Yeah.
But I think it's quite worth it, especially like because you know right now that the danger is not the Charizard, the danger is the Basculegion.
Yeah, correct. The Basculegion is actually now the fastest thing on the field. Plus with the Tailwind is extra fast, so if Hocox is able to stall...
Actually going for a Rage Powder here. I believe he wants to try to survive the Heat Wave anyways.
Yeah, so last respect, yes, coming out.
A single target Heat Wave will do a lot of damage, and I don't know whether he can take it or not.
I don't think so because goes for the Weather Ball. Yeah, it's smart. Single target.
Smart. No need to risk the dodge, but actually living here. However, I don't think Clanging Scales will be able to do much.
We shall see. Quite a lot of damage, but yeah, it's
not enough. Yeah,
especially from full health.
And it's still not faster than Charizard. Well, there is a Tailwind, so he has to go for a double protect. There's no protect on the Aerodactyl. He has to protect on the Komo-O, go for Clanging Scales the next turn, hopefully try to get a kill with Aerodactyl, the Mega Aerodactyl, and Rock Slide.
Yeah, I think he has to go for the Hail Mary Tailwind here, but the question is whether can he get the Hail Mary Tailwind.
I don't think he needs to... No, he does need to Tailwind, yeah.
He needs to. But he does Mega Evolve, so it does give him extra bulk, but is that bulk able to survive a last respect plus a potential double from the Charizard?
That is right. He has to risk it right now. So Komo definitely going for Protect. Had he had Protect on his Aerodactyl, maybe things would have been different.
Yep, last respect. Yep, definitely coming up onto the Aerodactyl.
Not enough to KO because it only has a 1 boost. So if he gets a Tailwind up here, it might really change the trajectory.
Oh
my
hit
god,
point.
That's extra special defense from the Mega Evolution.
No
really making it. Rockstar is also fine if he can get a KO, and he does get the KO. So this actually puts it in favor of Hocox. Very, very risky. I would have gone for Tailwind that turn in my opinion.
Yeah, same here. But the 1% survive is actually very, very crucial. So now Hocox is down. It's 2 Pokemon down, and Nixon is down to his last Pokemon.
Yeah. So I think it's a Garchomp, and Garchomp will be, destroyed by the Clanging Scales here.
Yeah, the Clanging Scales is with the +1, right? It's not gonna survive it.
It's not gonna survive at all. Yeah, unless it's carrying the berry, but we know it's not. It's carrying just a life orb.
But yeah, who cares about the Clanging
Just
Scale?
Ice Fang.
Yeah, Ice Fang for extremely effective damage. Rough Skin, totally worth it.
Totally worth it. So you still secure yourself the win, which I think is very important for Hocox, getting that 1-0 advantage right now.
Yes, and I do think that this is a very, very close call for him. I think there were like instances where he could potentially lose the game, but he somehow made his way.
If he had missed any of his Rock Slides, he would have spun the other way around.
Yeah, especially because the Basculegion on on Nixon's
Best
side.
Legion on Nixon's side, right?
It's the
Yeah.
fastest thing on the field. Yeah. So 1-0 to Hocox. Now we are going to be preparing for game 2.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I really like the play of having Scizor go for the bullet punch on turn 1 so that he can pin the Whimsicott and have the Como-O for a free reign. However, Nixon did play quite smartly in having his Basque Legion prepared.
Yeah, you're correct here. So
Let's move on to our second match.
yes, I think Nixon has to. I feel like Hocox is playing like pretty like he plays.
Quite offensively,
Yeah,
very quickly as well.
He makes the good calls.
It's a good call, yeah. However, Nixon here, if he's able to manage his assets a little bit better, I very much think that he could go. And really made a huge difference the last respects onto the Mega Aerodactyl not getting the KO just because it was at only 1 Mon down, so it's only base 100.
Yeah. So Nixon now has to think a bit hard on like how is he gonna beat this Como-O.
That's right. I do think Scizor as a lead, risky as it might, if he can grab the KO or actually I like the lead of Scizor and Aerodactyl. I really like it now. Think about it.
I think alternatively, I think Nixon has to try to conserve his Whimsicott because Whimsicott
yeah.
is the one of the few ways to deal super effective
True.
or even extremely effective damage against the Como-O.
True. But you open yourself up to other Pokemon like the Aerodactyl and the Incineroar as well.
Yes, so now
So we'll
both,
see how it goes, yeah.
so both players have already decided what they want to bring. Let's see what are the leads going to be. Hocox is sending out his Incineroar and Aerodactyl.
Sneasler and Basque Legion, not a bad lead from both sides. I think here the Aerodactyl definitely has a little bit of an advantage. However, the fake out pressure is quite scary.
And also White Herb is being triggered.
Yeah.
So now Sneasler is
It's
the
the
fastest
fastest,
thing.
yeah. However, close combat, now that the Intimidate is neutralized, will do a lot of damage onto the Incineroar. However, it's really a question of who wants to pull off fake out first.
Yeah,
But I think the fake out will go on an Aerodactyl because it's naturally faster. Incineroar has to try something else.
yeah, definitely for that. But the good thing is that the Basque Legion is intimidated, so it's not able to deal like a lot of damage. Probably we can see a probable flip turn coming, but the Aerodactyl, since it cannot protect, it probably has to
Yeah.
either eat a fake out or probably switch out.
But great. Oh, actually goes for the Mega. I would think he wants to switch it to Sinistcha because that's pretty much a free slot. And you maybe go for a parting shot onto the Basque Legion.
I think he thinks it's fine, but I don't really. Yeah, he goes for the fake out. Oh, he
Onto the
fakes
Incineroar. Interesting.
out. Okay, that's. Oh, he gets a tailwind instead. Okay, that's.
It's important to know that Mega Aerodactyl is faster than a Scarf Basque Legion. But here's Basque Legion, of course, going for the flip turn onto the past Strawberry.
Okay,
So I think at the back should be the Whimsicott maybe? No, maybe he didn't bring Whimsicott. Maybe Charizard's at the back. No, it'll be Garchomp.
Let's see. I don't think he might bring Whimsicott though, because Whimsicott is something that you probably want to lead with.
Yeah.
Your call is correct. It is a Garchomp.
It should be the Garchomp. Garchomp is pretty much free to go for a Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake. I don't know if the Sneasler wants to switch out. I do think that for...
But here's the thing though. Aerodactyl is threatening both his Pokemon, either
Correct.
with one with Dueling Beat and one with Ice Fang.
Yeah, so it's really a choice. I would go for the Ice Fang onto the Garchomp right now. Sneasler isn't really going to be touching me and he's too afraid to do much.
But I'm curious why he went to double up the Incineroar though.
True. I think a fake out onto the Aerodactyl would have given him much more mileage.
Yeah, but we do see Incineroar switching
Sinistcha
up.
should come in here.
Yep, Sinistcha comes in, and what do we see? Dueling Beat.
Good choice. I think Dual Wing Bay is also very good here.
Knocking out the Sneasler. And I do think Garchomp can't really threaten the Aerodactyl
No,
that much.
not with Stamping Tantrum as well. Even if he goes for Rock Slide, it shouldn't do too much.
Yeah. So it's just gonna go for the good old Rock Slide, but quite a good damage though.
Here, I would go the Life Hop really makes a difference here. I do think that for Hocox, he could go for a Rage Powder. Going for Charizard. Interesting. I guess he protects this turn. I would just KO the Garchomp straight up right now.
I think, yeah, this is interesting play from.
Because I don't think the Charizard wants to go for an attack this turn. He'll definitely want to go for Protect.
Yeah, definitely, because it's obviously threatened by the Aerodactyl. But So I think in this scenario, right, I think Hocox is fine. I think he probably has something at the back. We still do not know his last Pokemon, right? So he probably has something at the back that could deal with the Charizard.
Yeah, he can switch back into the Incineroar as well. I think completely for free.
Yeah, that is actually.
Oh, actually no, Garchomp here. So if he goes for a Rock Slide, it would be quite amazing, but I don't think that's going to be happening. Now Charizard should Mega Evolve here. However, if it Mega Evolves, it means that the Aqua Jet will be doing less damage.
Yes, provided it goes for the Aqua Jet though. So let's see what they go for. I think Charizard probably goes for the Protect here though.
No, actually going for the Rock Slide.
Oh,
Wow.
it's dead.
Yeah,
a
it's
dead
gone.
Char-
It's gone.
It's a dead Charizard.
I think here Nixon is trying to make a prediction of sorts.
Yes.
So the switch out and then maybe going for a Heat Wave.
Oh no, the
Oh
Matcha Gotcha is
my,
gonna
yeah.
hurt.
I think he just picks up the KO because we know it's boosted by the Miracle Seed.
Yes. Very clean and convincing 4-0 victory.
Very, very clean. Not
Yeah.
not losing even a single Mon this time. And the Basque Legion itself will not survive. And the Garchomp here will be taken down by the Ice Fang if it goes through.
Yes. Even if the Garchomp goes for the Protect to stall the Tailwind, Aerodactyl is still the fastest thing on the field. And furthermore, Sinistcha can just Rage Powder.
Yeah, that's true. No real issues here. It's just going Ice Fang, confirm the KO and Matcha Gotcha just to knock it off as well.
A very, very clean and fast victory from Hocox here. 4-0. Congratulations for...
Congratulations to Hocox for yet another dominating performance. We have yet to see further on if anyone can really challenge Hocox in this case. So until then, I think we can take a very quick break until our next match begins.
Yeah, because we are still we are playing all the top 8 matches concurrently. So we are gonna see if the other games are ending. So then we can proceed with
Our top 4, right?
Yeah, our top 4 or the losers bracket of the top of top the losers semis. I think yeah. That's what
Right.
we call it, yeah.
Till then, we'll catch you guys later.
I'm clear, right? Okay, cool. Okay, so welcome back to Offstage at AniManGaki. We are gonna be doing the winners finals game between Hocox and Keyhacks. So this will be determining who will be going into grand finals here. So Hocox, I think you have seen his team quite a fair bit: Mega Aerodactyl, Mega Delphox, Komodo, Caesar, Sinistcha, and Incineroar. But now a new person has appeared in the stream, and this is Keyhacks. And what is he bringing? Something spicy, I can tell you now, because we have the Hisuian Typhlosion with the Choice Scarf, Mega Gardevoir, Garchomp, Serena, Whimsicott, and also Torkoal. Torkoal, the slow little turtle that can bring up the sun and probably give like a big eruption onto the Typhlosion. So as you can see, this is a very, very high damage, very, very sun-centric kind of team, relying the power of the sun to do like big damage. But this Typhlosion does have some interesting tricks up its sleeves, because like to prevent things like Light Screen, Reflect, and Aurora Veil, it does have the Brick Break move, which it's not gonna do damage. It's just gonna be breaking the screens, because given its timid nature, the Brick Break is not gonna do maximum damage anyways. So, of course, both players are readying, and we have already decided what they want to bring. So, let's go to winners finals game 1. Keyhacks, the Torkoal Professor, versus Hocox, the Volcrona Admirer. Let's see what are they leading. Hocox is going for the Incineroar Aerodactyl, and we're gonna see Whimsicott and Gardevoir onto Keyhacks' side of the field. So, Unnerve, not really gonna do much, but tracing the Intimidate is really, really crucial, because now both the Aerodactyl and Incineroar is -1 attack, which also means that their damage is hampered a little bit. I do think both players could go for a Tailwind. Of course, Whimsicott being a prankster Pokemon, its Tailwind is going to go first if it wants to go for the Tailwind. Else, it could go for other things as well, like threatening it with taunting the Aerodactyl. Since it can't protect, so it can't go for a Tailwind as well if it managed to taunt the Aerodactyl. Of course, the Incineroar does have fake out pressure. The question is who does he want to fake out, and whether either players are deciding if they want to Mega Evolve their Pokemon. So Whimsicott does switch out. I think it is fearing the... Oh, it's just in Serena, so it's blocking the fake out from the Incineroar, and we do see Mega Aerodactyl going for the Mega Evolution, so it's probably going to go first if assuming there's no fake out from the Incineroar. Gardevoir, Mega Evolving, getting the Pixelate ability and boosting its Hyper Voice. Let's see what they go for. Incineroar is gonna not go for fake out, just Hocock just goes for a Tailwind on his side of the field, and Incineroar goes for the taunt onto the Serena. Well, that really just prevents it from going for Helping Hand. Aura Sphere coming from the Gardevoir, dealing more than 50%, bringing Incineroar down to 38%. It's good damage, but due to it not being same type attack bonus, the damage is not the best. But now with Tailwind up, Aerodactyl and Incineroar are the two fastest things on the field. Aerodactyl extremely fast right now, and could threaten the Gardevoir's partner with a dual wing beat, whether it is the Serena or a Whimsicott if it chooses to switch out the Whimsicott. Of course, T-Hex doesn't just have two grass types, he does have potentially a Garchomp or the Toko and Typhlosion at the back, so we still do not know what did he choose to put at the back, but my money is on probably Typhlosion. But we do see the dual wing beat coming out from the Mega Aerodactyl, bringing Gardevoir down to about 41% with the 2 hits, -1, making a big difference, but doubling Incineroar, goes for the Flare Blitz. Despite both Pokemon being -1 attack, it is able to knock out the Mega Gardevoir. 1 Mega down. Are we gonna see a triple Axel coming out from the Sarina? We do see a triple Axel, 1, 2 hits, and a third hit, knocking out the Mega Aerodactyl. A Mega for a Mega. And just so you know, the triple Axel is extremely accurate right now because this Serena is running the wide lens, not running the Focus Sash or Choice Scarf or any other variants, because things like the Focus Sash, it's on the Whimsicott. So a Mega down for both players. So now they are going to be deciding who to be bringing out. Kommo-o is coming up onto Hocock's side of the field, and the Hisuian Typhlosion on T-Hex side. I think that's a good call from Hocock to actually save the Kommo-o at the back, because now that the biggest threat to the Kommo-o is down, which is the Mega Gardevoir, I think the Kommo-o is free to set up whenever he wants, and I do think that there is possibly a Sinistcha at the back, or a Scizor, who knows. But regardless, defeating the Whimsicott on T-Hex side of the field is the utmost priority for Hocock. We do see Hisuian Typhlosion switch out into the Whimsicott. Yes, the Whimsicott is coming in, and what are we gonna see? Clanging Scales gonna be only affecting the Serena, dealing more than 50%, but giving the defense drop, so it's actually more vulnerable to triple Axel. And the Flare Blitz coming onto the Incineroar. Coming from Incineroar onto the Typhlosion, so predicting the Whimsicott and now bringing it down to the Focus Sash. But it is now down to 6%, and triple Axel is going to do more damage here. It's going to hit all 3 hits, so the combo is going to be knocked out though. So now the question is, who is the last Pokemon on Hocock's side of the field? Because if the Typhlosion is left alive, and it has the Choice Scarf, right? So if the last Pokemon is a Scizor, it's potentially game for Hocock's, because the Scizor is going to be eating an Eruption for sure. Of course, he still has the Tailwind, but the Tailwind is expiring in 1 more turn. So this is the last turn for Hocock to do anything significant, and with Incineroar being at 6%, I don't see how he could make a decent comeback here. And with Queenly Majesty present from Serena, there is no way for Scizor to go for a bullet punch of his own. Yup, he forgot. Queenly Majesty is a thing. You cannot go through it, but Flare Blitz is gonna knock out the Serena, but at the cost of Incineroar's health, so it's a trade. It's both trading Pokemons, and I think Whimsicott here just goes for the... Yeah, of course, Whimsicott probably goes for the Dazzling Gleam. I think that's the only attack he has. Yep, Dazzling Gleam, here he goes. And then last comes the Hisuian Typhlosion with the Choice Scarf. So I do think this is game here. Because one Eruption is all it takes. Although there is no more Queenly Majesty, I am just curious what can he do. Because he just goes for the Encore, locking him into Bullet Punch so that the Typhlosion cannot get hurt by the Bullet Punch anyways. Yep, Bullet Punch comes off and 60%, still quite a fair bit of damage because of the Life Orb. But let's see, of course I think Typhlosion's probably gonna knock it out with the Eruption. Single target, 60% health, extremely effective damage. Scizor is down. 1-0 goes to T-Hex. I think in the game we see a very good call from T-Hex to like switch out his Twin Typhlosion, conserving it for the Scizor at the back, which has, I think, in the previous few matches on stream, we have seen it coming up time and time again. So now both players are. I don't know if Hocox needs some time to think of a strategy of how to beat this. What T-Hex is doing. Maybe a dash of Trick Room, who knows? I do think that having in spite of the Gardevoir being knocked out very early on, T-Hex is able to essentially like win the game with 2 knockouts from his Serena thanks to the Triple Axel. So Triple Axel being the other thing that he can use to knock out, that can one-hit knock out both the Aerodactyl and the Kommo-o. And I think that the one-hit knockout on the Kommo works because the Kommo-o did its clanging scale, so it is already at -1 defense. So it's just extra vulnerable to that super effective Triple Axel. So both players are going to take a turn, and I kind of hope that Toko comes out because that's kind of like something I like. It's a cool Pokemon, but I can see why T-Hex is just going for the fast mode. Unless Hocox can think of a way to boost with clangorous scales, and perhaps as a way for him to do big damage with the spread attacks of clanging scales. Oh, it's very, very difficult. With 10 seconds left on the clock for team preview, I wonder who is still taking his turn. Oh, okay, they're both done. Game 2. T-Hex is on the win streak. He has just defeated his previous opponent 2-0 and now has defeated Hocox 1-0, bringing in Toko and Typhlosion against the Scizor and Aerodactyl. Yeah, Toko, I think this Toko has Helping Hand, so it could just make the Typhlosion's Eruption do extreme, absurd amounts of damage. Of course, Aerodactyl, it's still resisting it, but still, it's gonna hurt a lot. Let's see what is he just gonna go for the Helping Hand Eruption. I do hope he does that because that'll be fun. Even at 60%, 60% health from the Life Orb damage, if I say assuming that Scizor goes for the Bullet Punch, it's still gonna hurt. I think more than 50% of the Aerodactyl. Yep, Helping Hand. And what does the Aerodactyl go for? Aerodactyl can't do much. Scizor goes for the Protect. Okay, full health. A full health. Under the Sun, Helping Hand, Eruption. Let's go. Very, very clean, 79%. Aerodactyl is still alive. We're gonna set up the Tailwind here. So now with the Tailwind, Aerodactyl is the fastest thing on the field, and this time around, the Eruption is not going to do big damage if the Rock Slide connects, of course. But one thing to note is that the Aerodactyl has not Mega Evolved yet, so we could potentially see a Delphox at the back. But we do see a switch out. Whimsicott is coming in, trying to set the tailwind to match it. Rock Slide coming out from the Aerodactyl, doing decent damage onto both Pokemons, bringing them to 67 to 68%. Knockoff onto the Whimsicott. Oh, not very effective, bringing it down to 28%. What does Toko go for? If Toko goes for a fire move, that will hurt. I think there's a double knockout. Yep, Eruption comes out from the Toko. That is going to knock out both Scizor and Aerodactyl, going for a double knockout. Ignore the turtle and you pay the price. It's because it's slow, right? So people tend to ignore it, but you often forget Toko it's physically defensive. It just survives the Rock Slide pretty well. The only thing that it could outbeat is probably a flinch, and of course, Eruption in return hurts. Sinistcha and Delphox comes out on Holcock's side of the field, so Delphox is the mega of choice for Holcock this time around, but the question is, can he survive the onslaught of attacks coming up from the Torkoal? I do think that in this current turn, K-Hex may decide to go for a Tailwind of his own, so that the Hisuian Typhlosion, the Hisuian Typhlosion with the Choice Scarf can go for its Choice Scarf Shadow Ball, threatening either Sinistcha or the Delphox. Of course, can go for the Eruption as well, but I don't think he might go for the Eruption in the end game. Mega Delphox coming out, and it is the fastest thing on the field right now, apart from anything that is Prankster related. Let's see. Sinistcha goes for the Protect, okay, protecting itself from any harm, and Torkoal protects as well, protecting its hide from any harm. And yep, the Tailwind is coming out from the Whimsicott, matching the speed, and this time, because the Tailwind is staggered, this means that the his Tailwind is going to last 2 more extra turns. Delphox goes for the Nasty Plot, so it's going to be having some incredible special attack, and I do think we are going to see the Rage Powder incoming to redirect any possible on-course from the Whimsicott. Maybe not, maybe he will just go for the Protect. Okay, yep, on-con to the protected Delphox. Oh, it went first after Eruption, okay, but this is gonna hurt though. Yep, it's a knockout on the Sinistcha. Okay, then that would mean Delphox is just vulnerable to another on-call. Yep, with the Tailwind petering out, yeah. I think Horcrux tried to go for a Trick Room, but with a full health, with a relatively healthy Torkoal, I don't think he could go for that. Yep, and we do see the on-call coming. The Delphox is locked into going for Protect, and K-Hex can just safely... Oh, we do see a double Protect. Successful, but might not help his cause though, because Eruption, he could just switch out and then like come in with something else. Yep, the battle ends with a forfeit. Holcox has his first defeat of today, and K-Hex is undefeated going into Grand Finals. Congratulations to K-Hex. That was very well played there. So now we have one person in the Grand Finals, and that is K-Hex. So we're gonna take a short break, and we're gonna go into some of the losers match. Don't go anywhere. once they enter the room, then we go live. Once they enter the room, we go live. All right. So, hi Aklif, you're
Hello,
back.
Yes, I am back. I had to disappear for a while, but we're back. I think this is going to be the losers bracket semis.
Yes. Where were you on your side quest?
Doing personal business.
Oh, building
My bad.
social links?
Not quite. But either way, as we head into our semis for the losers bracket, we have, I think here it is going to be Yoma versus... Is it Yoma?
Yeah, Yoma versus Gold Might.
Versus Gold Might.
Yeah.
Gold Mokuber.
Yeah. So they're both gonna be going to prepare and to enter the table, and you know, looking at the team sheets, they played very. They look. It appears that both of them are playing quite standard
Quite
stuff.
similar stuff, yeah.
Yeah, quite. Because one is Yoma is playing the Mobile, Aerodactyl, Farigiraf, Garchomp, Blastoise, and Sylveon, and Gold Mike is playing the Charizard, King Gambit, Farigiraf, Aerodactyl, Garchomp, and Floette.
Yeah, so
as we are gonna see right now in the team preview.
correct. Both teams going for double mega, but both also a little bit counter to each other. So Mawile, it can beat Floette. Blastoise can potentially beat Charizard, but Charizard can also beat Blastoise.
And of
And
course
Mawile,
yeah.
correct. So it's very interesting because very clearly Yoma's team is going to be centering more towards Trick Room, I feel, with the Furry
Yes.
Giraffe as well as the Mawile, Mega Mawile. But at the same time, we've also seen Blastoise work quite well in Trick Room teams as well.
Yes, so both players have already decided what they want to bring. Both of them showing off that they actually paid money for the game, and like you're getting the canary suits.
Shame.
But one is bringing King Gambit and Farigiraf, while the other is bringing
Aerodactyl and Garchomp here. So we are watching from Yoma's perspective. I think it's not a bad lead with Garchomp here, although the Aerodactyl will have to work a little bit harder to try to get some mileage in.
Yeah, but the Garchomp can just really go for like an Earthquake.
Yes, correct.
Ignoring its partner.
Yeah, I think here even an Earthquake, a Rock Slide, fish for a few flinches could work well in Yoma's favor, honestly.
Yeah, doing good damage actually. And yep, Rock Slide.
Let's see if he gets a few flinches. No Citrus Berry from the opposing Farigiraf here. Going for an Iron.
Because of Unnerve.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, of course, Aerodactyl is now brought to his Focus Sash, and what is the Farigiraf gonna do?
Should go for the Trick Room now. No, actually flinches. Okay, yeah, there we go. Very, very perfectly played there from Yoma. Now he has to choose whether to Sucker Punch the Aerodactyl or go or into the Garchomp. But I think here a Protect Aerodactyl to make sure that a Nerve is still in effect before pressing Earthquake is going to be good.
Yeah, it is all skills, man.
All skills, all skill. 100%. You press Rock Slide not to get damage, but to get your flinches.
Yes, precisely. So of course this Garchomp is able to go for another Earthquake, and I think this time it can pick up the kill on both Pokemons.
Yeah, I would think so as well. And I believe that here, that flinch actually changed the momentum of this game. So
Yeah.
as we expected, Protect on Aerodactyl.
Yes, and then Sucker Punch. No Sucker Punch.
So he's going for a Katao, cleave onto the Garchomp maybe.
Kowtow? What? Kowtow what? It's gonna die.
Yeah.
Double knockout coming
Double
from the
knockout.
Garchomp.
Yeah, Garchomp here serving itself up. I think he is running a Scarf Garchomp, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is a Scarf Garchomp because his Garchomp went before the Aerodactyl.
Now the real question at the back is, who's going to be the Mega? If it's Trick Room, then it's likely not Charizard, maybe Floette.
Yeah, likely it could be like a Floette at the back, but if it is a Charizard, it is in big trouble. When you do see that Garchomp is coming up from Gold Mike and Floette, you're correct.
Yeah, correct. Here, I think another Rock Slide Earthquake is just kind of on the cards right now.
Yeah, that's true. Because for Gold Mike, his Garchomp is not Choice Scarf, but it is Life Orb. So regardless, both his Pokemon are going to be slow. And just go for the Earthquake straight away. Okay. Just going to go deal some...
I think he can't really press much anyways because he is going... He is Scarf Locked.
Yeah.
So it's very obvious to go for it. But going for Tailwind instead of Rock Slide, interesting. No Mega as well onto the Floette.
Dragon Claw doing 1% to the Aerodactyl, but 10% to itself thanks to Life Orb.
Yep, that is right. Very much.
And Moonblast, okay.
No Mega though. I wonder why. Is it because he doesn't want to stop the flinches with a Flower Veil? Can Flower Veil stop flinch? I don't think so, right? It'll stop status, yeah.
It only stops for Grass type, and Floette ain't Grass. So it's probably because maybe he doesn't want to give Fairy Aura boost onto the opponent's Pokemon, because look at this, double Fairies. The good call for Go Mike to not actually go for the Mega because he doesn't give the Fairy Aura boost.
True. But here, I wonder, will it... No, it can't KO the Sylveon unless it doubles up on it. But then it will leave the Mawile free. And this Mawile did not have Intimidate, right?
Yep, it's Hyper Cutter.
Yes, yeah. So it has been a bit of a trend for them to go with Hyper Cutter Mawile so that it doesn't get intimidated in return. But I still do like the Intimidate value on Mawile.
Yeah, so Mega Mawile is coming up, and I think Sylveon will probably move first here. Oh, now he decides to Mega. Okay, it's going to take a lot of damage though from...
Yeah, because then... can it go with the Hyper Voice onto it?
I think it can. I think Sylveon will go first. Hyper Voice, I think we're going to see the...
If he Sucker Punches onto the... No. Sylveon is faster.
Double knockout.
Why was the Sylveon faster again? Oh, Tailwind. Yes, Tailwind. Yeah, my bad.
Double knockout after double knockout. Yoma just taking names.
A very clean. I think that was a 2-0.
Yep, there's a 2-0 win with
a fresh Mega at the back.
Yeah. Are we gonna see a very, very fast losers semis?
We might see, and you have to fight tooth and nail to get into the next winners final. Sorry, to get to the losers final and then the grand finals afterwards.
Yeah. So maybe we will need to see how would actually Go Mike adjust, because like that flinch method.
Yeah, that flinch definitely mattered. But the real question is afterwards, even with the Trick Room, what is he going to do with the Garchomp at the back?
That's
because if he sets up Trick Room, then the Mawile comes in and kind of sweeps from there on.
That is also true. So actually he needs to play more towards speed.
More aggressive, yeah. More, I think...
more towards like higher speed instead
correct.
of the Trick Room.
I think what he can do, honestly, is he can lead with Mega Floette and maybe Aerodactyl and just start blasting.
Yeah, probably.
I feel like that's completely fair.
Yeah, the only thing that probably stops it is like a Rock Slide flinch from the Scarf Garchomp.
True. But, he could press both Rock Slide on Aerodactyl and his Garchomp. But here's the thing. He has his own Aerodactyl who has Wide Guard, so that might change things.
Oh, yes, you're correct.
Wait, that's Yoma. Sorry, not
Yeah, Yoma's one has a Wide Guard.
Going again with the King Gambit and Foragera.
So still same leads from Gold Mike.
He might get Trick Room up, but honestly, I'm thinking like, what's the value behind it?
Yeah, I do think so too, because like, they're both very, very slow. I would think that you want something fast, but unless he goes for something like a Sucker Punch, but I don't know. It feels
It's a bit difficult, understand, yeah.
I feel like it's a very difficult position that he still maintains the same leads.
Yeah, and you still get an earthquake off. The problem is after that is that sure you might KO the you might KO the Aerodactyl, but the Garchomp is the one causing problems with your team.
Yeah, because just like that, more than 50% on the King Gambit, and also in combination 75% of their health gone from Earthquake and Rock Slide, and
maybe he doesn't go for Trick Room. Maybe he goes for Hyper Voice here.
Okay.
Sorry, he has Psychic.
Iron Hit onto the Focus Sash, Aerodactyl. What is the Fire Giraffe going to do? Fire Giraffe is going to
be flinched for the second game in a row.
all skills.
Have you not heard? This is Rock Slide Gaming. It's not VGC. This is Rock Slide. All skill. 110% skill. 20% just means it hits every single time. So now we're gonna go for yet another. I think it's just a replay of the previous game. To just protect and go for an Earthquake. If he has Aerodactyl or Charizard at the back, he might be able to pull off a little. But if he takes out the King Gambit, he just opens himself up to a very... Ooh, actually going straight up for it. Not even going to be waiting. Not worried about the Sucker Punch as well.
Yeah, this is just another repeat of the earlier game. Just a clean 2 Pokemon knocked out here.
Yeah, so... We're really going to be seeing how it goes, man.
And also, of course, Tailwind comes out for the Pokemon at the back. Not looking good for Gold.
Not looking good for Gold Mukaba at all.
Yeah, Floette's coming in, and so
should be the Garchomp again.
Yeah.
Still difficult because it's a very easy Tailwind at the Earthquake again. And at the back with the Sylveon, you're pretty much like letting it go. You need to protect onto the Sylveon here and maybe go for a Dragon Claw onto the opposing Garchomp.
You mean Floette, right?
No. Dragon Claw, the Garchomp, Gold Mukaba's Garchomp has to go for the Dragon Claw onto the Garchomp. Oh my god, no protects as well. I'm not sure whether he's felt that he's thrown in a towel this time. But you should always play to your outs wherever and whenever you can.
Yeah, that's just a knocked out there on the Floette because, the offensive pressure is just way too much. And I do think Dragon Claw onto the... Again,
onto the Aerodactyl.
1% damage for 10% of your health. I don't think it's a good trade.
Not a good trade. Yeah. Especially now that the Sylveon is coming in and it will not be KO'd. But then you can protect, I think, and then go for an Earthquake and get as much damage. Then the next turn, going for the Mawa. I guess you could Sucker Punch and then Earthquake. But I think this turn, if you really want to just make sure you go for Protect and then your Earthquake.
Yeah, pretty much a safe play here.
Never overextend.
Yeah, Mobile finally Mega Evolving. And do we see... I think we're going to see a Protect. I think shouldn't be doing anything else but Protect. Oh no!
Going straight for an Earthquake. Sure, I guess. Not even a Sucker Punch?
Yeah.
Complete disrespect from Uma right there.
I think that was way too fast of a
way too fast of a loser's semis.
Yeah. Rock Slide, best move in the game.
Watch it, bro. You're going on a crutch right now, right? The Rock Slide crutch will not save you in the next match.
Really, we'll see about that. So
we'll see about that.
So Yoma's gonna win and stay on the table with while his opponent Hocox from
will come in from the rest of the losers bracket up.
Yep, precisely.
Oh, Hocox. Okay, all right.
So we.
Okay, I don't think he can Rock Slide flinch his way through this one.
But we shall see.
Yeah. So we'll take a very quick break, maybe about 5 minutes while the next opponent sets up.
Yeah.
We'll catch you guys in a bit.
his PC doesn't recognize it, and I've been filming it for 3 days already. Plug it in. If it doesn't work, it's a driver issue. Supposed to do it. To do the prize giving ceremony? Huh? Should be off